ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege and my great privilege to welcome you all to our 2022 Ordinary Congress here in Prague. Finally, after 2 years of fully virtual congresses, we are back to our in-person Congress. It's really great to see your faces not through a screen. It's really great to meet again and to share time together. The global pandemic has forced us to adapt. It has been, and to a certain extent, is still a quite particular context, and we have evolved in many ways, like actually any organizations in the world. That's the reason why the Executive Committee has decided to keep the Congress open to connected delegates. Also, we are able to hold this Congress in person. For the first time ever, our Congress will be conducted in a hybrid mode. I warmly welcome all delegates, be in person or remotely connected. All delegates from our affiliated member federations and delegates from our recognized continental confederations and member groupings. Let me have a special welcome to all of you who are attending for the first time the Congress. There have been evolutions in your federations since the last Congress, and with some changes and also evolution in your respective boards. I would like to warmly welcome our honorary President Denis Oswald. Un grand merci, Denis, de nous faire l'honneur et de ta présence à notre congrès. Comme à chaque fois, nous sommes particulièrement heureux et honorés de t'avoir avec nous. We do know the great attachment you have for our sport and also your continuous commitment and dedication to sport with your positions, notably as a member of the IOC Executive Board. I welcome the Council members. At our last Congress, I introduced you to Vincent Gaillard, who was to be, at the time, the new Executive Director. Vincent started officially in this position on the 1st of January, 9 months ago. I must say that Vincent has quickly embraced the role, delivering the mission from the very beginning, so nine very intense months, I can admit, with quite significant challenges. First Congress with, as World Rowing Executive Director for you, Vincent. No pressure? None whatsoever. All the very best. First Congress for Vincent, and first FISA or World Rowing Congress since 1995 without Matt Smith. I mean, in the capacity of Executive Director, as Matt Smith is with us today. So welcome, and thank you, Matt, for accepting the invitation to attend the Congress. It must be very special for you not to be seated here in the front row. I remind the delegates so that Matt is having a consultancy role for us until the end of the year. And on demand, on very specific project, he has to ensure a smooth transition with Vincent, the new Executive Director. And also it's really great to benefit from Matt's immense expertise of our sport and our organization. And by the way, we might have referred to you like for Denis in the Congress. I don't know if we have some question coming from our member federation about what has happened in the past. We'll see. Back to the welcome words. I would like to welcome the observers. I would like to welcome the media and all our guests. Welcome to you all who are also following the Congress remotely on YouTube, and I just want to be clear for all our members that we are live on stream on live. And now I officially declare the 2022 World Rowing Congress open. I was referring earlier to new delegates who are attending the Congress for the first time. We have also few council members who are attending the Congress for the first time in their position. So let me take the opportunity to introduce you to the council member very briefly. So starting from the far right, we have Rebecca Orr, Chair of the Para-Rowing Commission. Can you stand up so that they can see your face? We have Masakuni Osobuchi, our co-opted member from Japan. Jakomine Ravensberger, Chair of the JIDI Commission. Dusan Macacek, our European representative. Victoria Vicky Aguirre Gomez Corta, our representative for Americas. We have Ron Chen, our chair of the Masters Commission. Pat Lambert completing her term as chair of the former Events and Promotion Commission. Moving to the other side, Quinn Batten, chair of the Coastal Commission. Algirdas Raslanas from the Youth Commission, chair of the Youth Commission. Len Kavek, our co-opted member from Germany. Filip Ljubicic from Serbia, the chair of the Indoor Commission. Fei O, our representative from Oceania, Asia. Mehdi Garidi, the representative for Africa. Sarah Cook, the representative for Oceania. And Paul Fuchs, our chair of the Equipment and Technology Commission. I present to the Congress the apologies of Dr. Jürgen Steinecker, the chair of the Sports Medicine Commission, who is not able to attend the Congress today due to professional commitments. I would like to take the opportunity to express my sincere gratitude and thanks to the Council members for their dedication to our sport, to our organization. It's really great and very much appreciated to work with you all, and I can generally say, call as a great team. Thank you. Please allow me now to come to the World Rowing Championship we just had last week, and let me just say by saying that we have had fantastic World Championships. You will certainly all agree that it was a great success. It has been an excellent week of racing, exciting races. I would like, first of all, to thank the athletes and the teams for the great performances. They have shown, again, the best values of our sport, and they can be, and you can be, very proud of that. I would like to thank and express our gratitude to the organizing committee. We know what it means to organize such an event. It's a huge amount of work, and really they have delivered fantastic, great, and exceptional World Championships. And I would like to congratulate, on behalf of all of you, the organizing committee and the chair of the organizing committee, Dusan Macacek. Please, Dusan, if you want to say a few words to our member federation, please do so.
Yeah, thank you very much for chance to say something. dear delegates, the distinguished guests, it's a great privilege to welcome you to Prague for the World Rowing Congress, this time physical. Thank you very much for your support in organizing World Championships, which was our really pinnacle of our organizing experience. Let me express even one more to gratitude to all my organizing team. Thank you. Thank you very much also the World Rowing team for an excellent cooperation. Big congratulations to all the medal winners, and congratulations also for best performance on the water, what we have seen last 8 days. So believe me, it wasn't easy. We faced several challenges. For example, water level wasn't perfect, but at the end, I strongly believe we deliver exciting World Championships, and I'm very proud of my team for the job what has been done. Thank you again for your support, and coming back to the Congress, thank you also for an excellent preparation to my colleague Petra. She was responsible and still is responsible for the preparation this Congress, and so far all other people involved from World Rowing. Thank you very much. I wish you successful Congress and wish you nice stay in Prague. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dusan. You know the particular link I have with this rowing course in Račice, and again on behalf of World Rowing and all our member federations that have participated to these championships, thank you and congratulations to you and your team and all the volunteers for the great job and the fantastic success of the event. So very quickly now, few logistical and housekeeping points. Safety first, there is no test alarm today, so if we hear the alarm, we have to evacuate. Mobile phone, you know the policy, but for those who are not aware, if we hear some mobile phone ringing, you will be fined with 100 Swiss francs that will go to the Youth Commission for the Development. So if you want to contribute, just make your phone ringing. Interpretation, we have simultaneously interpretation in French and in English. If we switch language, I welcome Marie-Odile and Rodolphe, our interpreters. For those in the room, you have been provided with headphones. Please have them ready as we may have some questions or in French during the Congress, and we might have to switch anytime. For those who are connected, I'm not sure they will be able to have the language translated, but at least for the one who are in the room, you have translation. Juste, et je parlerai juste en français pour ce point-là, vous savez que le français est aussi la langue officielle de la fédération et c'est important que nous puissions donner l'opportunité d'expression à tous, et je sais encore que certains parmi vous préfèrent s'exprimer en français, donc n'hésitez pas à prendre cette opportunité si vous le souhaitez, et c'est important que vous puissiez le faire. Et nous savons que votre contribution est essentielle dans la vie de notre organisation, et il ne faut pas que le langage soit un frein à votre contribution. Merci à tous. Je vais repasser maintenant en anglais. I'm now back in English. We will be using electronic voting today. It's not the first time. It has been successfully, we have been successfully using electronic voting in the past, actually since 2019. Lumi is a well-known, reputed, and experienced company and the voting here in the room or remotely for those who are connected through this platform that is totally secured. Most of you are now familiar with the technology, but no worries. When we will start with the first vote, you will have all the explanation and we will be able to run a test. But for now, I will pass the floor to Lemi just to explain for those who are connected the final details. Please, Pete, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and dear delegates, it's a pleasure to be here again. So very, very briefly for those members and delegates that are online, you would have received your credentials from Lumi to access the voting platform, both voting and non-voting delegates. It is recommended that you are viewing this Congress on a computer, ideally with a cabled internet connection if at all possible. In order to access the Zoom meeting, after you had entered your credentials, you would have seen a link on the voting platform to join the Zoom meeting. And of course, the very fact that you're listening to me right now means that you have done that. Really, really important for those delegates that are online. If you wish to participate, make a comment, have a question, please use the chat function within the Zoom platform. If you wish to take the floor and indicate that you wish to take the floor, then it is very important that you click on the raise hand icon. That may well be found if you click on the participants button, and then the raise hand icon button will be at the bottom of that section. That will provide an indication to the team here that you wish to speak. Very importantly, if you do disconnect from Zoom for whatever reason, it is very, very simple to rejoin. Simply go back to the voting platform and click on that link within the platform to rejoin the Zoom meeting. And finally, I think the next slide here, if you have any issues whatsoever and you are online, this is the email address for you to send an email to the team, and we will respond to you as soon as we possibly can. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Pete. Dear delegates, since our last Congress, we have lost rowing friends. May I ask you to join me to respect a minute of silence in the memory of all our rowing friends. Thank you. That concludes point 1 of the agenda. Dear delegates, the Congress is, as you know, an essential piece of the governance of our organization. And I must say, a quite formal meeting with a specific agenda. Most of you are familiar. The agenda papers have been circulated in due time as per the statutory deadlines. However, we want to take the opportunity to cover important topics with you and not limit our Congress to the pure formal governance points. You will remember that in the past, we used to have a member federation conference right after the official and formal part of the Congress. For this time, we will innovate a little bit. We are not going to point number 2 right now, but exceptionally, we'll move to point 23 to cover 2 additional very important topics. For this, we have external guests, and therefore we have decided to move this part of the Congress right in front. And I will now pass the floor on to the Executive Director, Vincent Gaillard, to run this point of the agenda. Vincent, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, and a very good morning to all delegates and guests. particular pleasure for me to see you all today. And I would like to take the opportunity to give a personal, warm thanks message to all your respective teams and athletes who have contributed to make Račice 2022 a fantastic experience for all. With that, also a personal thanks to you, Dusan, and the entire team at the organizing committee. Thank you, World Rowing Team, for your outstanding work in delivering such a superb event. And thank you, Zoran, Dusan, and Ozren, our partners at the Belgrade Organizing Committee, for having been here to witness this event, and for all your hard work in preparing for the next edition in Belgrade in 2023. Switching now to the two presentations. We have indeed considered important to deviate a bit from the regular statutory Congress agenda to focus on two specific topics, which we are going to provide increasing focus onto in the future. Topics which I trust will have positive implications for you all, and we hope for the sport of rowing as a whole in the future. The first topic, the WWF partnership focused on freshwater conservation, and specifically on the Café River Rowing Center, you already know about, and you already know our strong historical attachment to. But we thought this Congress provided the right opportunity to signal that we intend to re-energize and grow the partnership following 2 years of COVID where we were unable to progress as much as we would have liked. There should be no uncertainty. We strongly believe in the value of this partnership and with the WWF organization. We want to nurture it, and we want to find ways to grow it further in the future. In that context, I am delighted to welcome a longtime friend of World Rowing, Stuart Orr, leader of the freshwater practice at WWF International, who has come over from Switzerland with a small delegation to see our event, first of all, and obviously to address you all in just a few seconds. The second subject is the Strategic Commercial Partnership Project. That you know much less about, even though we have touched on it in a previous call with all of you. This project aims to evolve World Rowing's commercial model in a world that is changing very fast. And I must say that it is critical that we succeed in that aim to ultimately support the promotion of our sport around the world, to enable you all to grow rowing in your respective countries, and to inspire next generations to get into rowing. An ambitious project indeed, which we have only kicked off recently with the support of two external partners, the consultancy firm Deloitte Sports Group and the legal firm Charles Russell Speechless. So immediately after Stuart's presentation, you will get to meet our partners, Alan Switzer from Deloitte, Nick Couchman from CRS, and hear about their views of the rowing world from a commercial standpoint, and to get an overview of the project. But for now, WWF, Freshwater and Café River and Rowing Center, over to you, Stuart.
Sorry, that was a long walk. Thank you very much, Vincent, and thank you very much, JC, and everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here, and really enjoyed yesterday's event. It was great to be there with so many of my team and to enjoy a fantastic day out with you all. So again, thank you very much to the opportunity to speak to you today. As Vincent said, I'm the head of the freshwater program at WWF. Just to remind you, WWF is the world's largest conservation organization. We're 7,000 people in 100 countries, and about 500 people of those work just on freshwater programs. Okay, so I have a very, very large team doing a lot of work all around the world. And that team is committed to the ecosystems and the biodiversity, the things that you would imagine are core to what we believe in and what we do, okay? But to do that work, I have to engage power. I engage private sector. I work closely with finance. I work with hydropower developers. I work with city planners, urban planners, and of course we work with biologists and scientists around the world. So today I thought I'd take a little bit of time to reintroduce you a little bit to who we are, the kind of work we do, but also around the subject of water, which is becoming so prominent in our lives as climate change is really beginning to hit economies around the world. So I think in that vein, I wanted to share with you some pretty pictures today, tell you a few stories. But also, I think, as Vincent said, this is a chance to reboot a very important partnership that I don't think we have nearly come close to leveraging the way we need to leverage or could leverage going forward. And I think that's something that I think today's spirit is about as well. So I'll offer up some ideas about ways forward in our presentation today. This is clippings from the newspapers over the last 2 weeks. So this isn't me collecting and trolling stories from the internet over years. This is just the last couple of weeks. And I think maybe even you have realized or seen water on the front pages or in the back pages in ways that I've never seen before. I'm an irrigation and agricultural expert. I've been involved in water my entire career. Me and colleagues like me have never seen what we're seeing today in the sense of the news media picking up these stories from around the world about floods, droughts, disruption, impacts to business, finance, communities, biodiversity, etc. This was the Los Angeles Times last week, the front page. Top story, the drying of the United States Southwest. Bottom, Europe is drying. Not disconnected from what I saw yesterday with low levels of water in your rowing venue, right? So not disconnected whatsoever. Water levels in the river system are connected to the groundwater, which are connected to your water table. So all of this is a connected story. But nonetheless, my point here is water is starting to have its day. And I don't think this is a subject that is going to go away anytime soon. And if any of you have been following the Pakistan floods, you would have seen a third of an entire country underwater. Devastating, not just to biodiversity, of course, but to total economies, wiped out entire villages. I do a lot of work in Pakistan, have a big team. We have a big program on inland fisheries, on river dolphins, on protecting headland waters and protecting waterways. All of our projects were wiped away. Years and years of investment were completely wiped away. Villages that are our guards, our river guards working with us, lost their entire villages. So again, this is one of these things that is going to keep coming back and will have material impacts on all of us. This is why the Global Center on Adaptation, which is a global organization based in the Netherlands, founded by Ban Ki-moon and Bill Gates, they say this: the way in which people and economies are going to feel climate change is through the water environment. It is floods, it is droughts, it is changing in rainfall patterns. And if you are a farmer on the margins, or if you're a business with $1 billion worth of goods sitting in the parking lot, you can be disrupted. You can be flooded out, or you can be living on the margins. Okay? And so this is the reality of many of the places that my teams work in. Now, of course, how does this affect world rowing? Not necessarily directly because of where you row, but if I look at your outreach and how you want to grow your sport and how you want to take it around the world, these issues are real around the world. These issues are the things that people think about and care about. Okay? At WWF, we track species decline or species health. And we have what we call the Living Planet Index, which is a baseline from 1970 until today. And as you can see from this graph, marine and terrestrial loss is around 36 to 38%. Okay, that means that the abundance of marine and mammal species have declined that much since 1970. But you can see that the average curve is down at 68% because of the drag on fresh water. Fresh water is the most impacted biome in the world, because water, rivers, lakes, wetlands are very discrete ecosystems. Species can't move as easily. And of course, water is central to all economies. We need water for energy, for food, for urban use, for agriculture, for everything that we think about. Water is involved. And water planners within countries will plan their economies based on what their endowments are on water. And of course, therefore, the drag on species is extremely high for fresh water. Okay, so that's a big deal. So even inside my own organization, which is mostly focused on things like tigers and rhinos and the things that we can sell to the public, this is a difficult sell. So I've been spending a lot of time trying to explain to people what freshwater biodiversity looks like. So I thought I'd show you a pretty picture today with some pretty creatures. But these are all freshwater species that you find around the world. Everything from the top right-hand corner, mollusks and crabs and lobsters that are freshwater, to 7 river dolphin species, 260 turtle species, 3 shark species, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The broad array of freshwater biodiversity is absolutely staggering. My favorite is the guy in the top middle. He's a Mary River turtle. Anybody from Australia here? This is a Mary River turtle, which is the coolest looking turtle on the planet, only found in the Mary River in Australia, and can also breathe through its backside. So, I mean, if that isn't a party piece, the greatest species there is, in my opinion. I love the Mary River. Anyway, one of 260 species of turtle around the world. Again, I'm just trying to show you that this richness in biodiversity is really compelling, but actually, it's also really important to economies. 1/3 of global fish catch is freshwater. 80% of global aquaculture is freshwater. And that fish catch is for the poorest people. So 60 million people in the Mekong River rely on freshwater fish catch as their primary source of protein. Okay? This is also a gender issue. It's a livelihood issue. It's also the world's most profitable pet. Aquarium fisheries pets is the most profitable in the world. And of course, global fishing industry is massive, right? So connecting it to economies, to people, to stories is really, really important, because these are the people that care about the functioning of these ecosystems. Okay, so that's just a little bit of background and diversion from your daily work. And of course, in order to affect change in those ecosystems and protect those species, I have to work very closely in agriculture. So we do a lot of work with agriculture organizations. Of course, 70% of all of the water we take out of lakes, groundwater, and aquifers goes into global food supply. And of course, we know that food supply is increasing. We do a lot of work with the hydropower and energy sector because we want to think about how we can plan renewables so we don't destroy our environment and block our rivers and continue to destroy these crucial environments. And we do a lot of work with groups like the World Bank on things like standards. So this is standards for the Gangetic dolphin across South India. So when projects or investments are made in those environments, we can think about the protection for key species, for example. Okay? So there's a lot of different audiences you need to engage and talk to and affect. We also do a lot of work with finance. Finance sector is increasingly coming into water and working with people like us and companies to say, what kind of questions do I need to ask? Not just in ESG, but of my loans. What risk do I have to in my investments? And you're starting to hear terminology in the finance world of not just stranded assets, but of drying and drowning assets. And they're asking the questions of what do I need to know up front? What kind of criteria? What are my demands, et cetera? All of this is extremely important and new and is really taken off in the last few years. We're also seeing the emergence of conservation bonds, green finance, green bonds, blue bonds. The amount of money coming into the water sector is staggering right now, on both the side of protecting ecosystems and also investing in the infrastructure for the 21st century. And of course, we have partnerships, and we have this very, very important partnership with you guys. I have been very lucky to go to rowing events over the last 7 or 8 years and see this incredible banner and feel very proud about it, actually. And when I bring colleagues to this, or when I share the television coverage and show people what we're doing, everybody's really excited about it. But I think we have to be honest that we haven't leveraged this partnership quite the way we needed to. And when Matt and I started this partnership some years ago, we had ambitions for where to take this. We've been honest along the way, and now Vincent has expressed his desire to reboot our relationship, and I think it's important that we do. So you see the panda at all the events you go to, but I think now is the time to really start thinking, okay, how do we start to really tap into this and make this more than it is today? I'm showing this slide because this is an interesting slide from the private sector. This is from GlobeScan. This is the world's most thorough assessment of concerns to the private and financial sector. Okay? GlobeScan with ERM did this report. They do it every year. This is 2022, so this is current. These are the top issues of interest to the world's business and finance. The top one is climate change, biodiversity loss, water scarcity, food security. The top 4 are just completely intertwined with the story I've just told you. And then, of course, water pollution. So 5 of the top 6, are of the highest concern to the business leaders of this world. So as we go forward as 2 large brands, and I'm sure the Deloitte team are going to talk about this. As we go forward as two brands with two profiles, how do we leverage what the world is saying about water today and what we can bring to this story, and what we can say and what we can do, okay? As I said, we have very large global coverage. If I can, and a lot of these organizations are not going to be familiar to you, apologies for that, but some of them are. CARE, IUCN, World Business Council, WaterAid, GIZ, et cetera. We've got more coverage on the planet for water projects than any other organization. And again, that's not to brag, but that's to say there's something there we're not taking advantage of. I think I can count on one hand the number of conversations that have taken place in the last 10 years between national rowing organizations and my local office. We just haven't explored this the way we need to, or can, or should, or will, I would hope. Okay. So in 2011, we started this partnership. It was a conversation, again, with Matt and myself. I was not in the position I'm in now in WWF. I was in a lower position, and at the time, I had a young guy working with me named Joachim Verberne. Many of you may know Joachim. He was a silver medalist in Sydney with the Dutch four-man rowing team, and he was working for me at the time. And of course, he grabbed this with both hands. He saw this was a great opportunity. So having Joachim on board was really helpful. We built out the partnership. And I think for the first few years, we did as well as we could. I think we did a really, really good job. And then I think it stuttered along for a while, I think in all honesty. Both organizations pulled in their respective directions with their own problems and own challenges. And then, of course, COVID hit. So a really, really good chance to, again, reboot where we are today. But again, I think the important part is, while our agenda on water is similar, I think we also have very interesting target audiences. We have incredibly strong brands. We have very interesting exposure, and we have a lot of crossover in the places in which we work. The Kafui Rowing Center, again, I'm so proud to see on the sleeves of all the athletes yesterday at the Kafui Center. I'm both very excited about it and frustrated as hell, because we should have this thing done by now. This Kafui Rowing Center has been a great idea for a long time. And a lot of people have worked hard at it, but I don't think we collectively have really gone after understanding the importance of a center like this and what it would mean for both brands, both as something, as a pinnacle for your sport, as a showpiece about what could be done, but also as a place and a center where people could come together to discuss these water issues, to study, and to also grow the sport into a new country. I have to say that the ambassadorial support from Maike and Olaf has been fantastic. Their time and effort that they've put into supporting the partnership, but also the Kafui Center, as well as actually visiting Zambia quite recently, has been excellent. And they've been fantastic ambassadors and continue to work with us as we look to build this center. As I've said many times, we need to leverage our brands for maximum impact. I think that goes without saying. We need to both dedicate staff time on this. I'm committed to this now that I'm in the position I am in WWF, head of the water. I can pick this relationship up now and say, yes, I'm going to put some dedicated staff on this. I think we need to engage the rowing clubs, and that's been interesting. We've been approached by some of the rowing clubs. Rocky Mountain Rowing Club in the USA has reached out to us, and we've been having webinars and discussions with them. It's great to see it bubble up from the bottom, and I think we need to engage the clubs. We need to engage the national groups that you represent here. I think there's a lot that could be done with the youth and the masters groups as well. We need to tap into that, and I need to tap into the WWF offices. I've also got a job to do in making sure that they respond and step up, and we think about where we could take this. We have to make Kafui happen. And it's not the pinnacle of this relationship. It's not the reason we do this. Kafui is just one thing. But I think it's an important milestone that we need to make. And I think we're almost there. We're making the right steps. But once we get that, I think it really allows us to build on this relationship and think about other possibilities in other parts of the world. I'd like to think about rebranding a little bit. I think clean water has been a very good tag for a long time, but I think clean water, people think about taps, they think about, pipes, they don't think about living systems. And I think now that you're moving into things like coastal rowing and exploring other rowing venues, maybe we think about living rivers or healthy rivers, and maybe that will engage people a bit more connected to the biodiversity story and the climate story of which I'm trying to situate your sport. And don't forget, water issues really are not going away. This is not something that you fix and tick a box. These are going to be in our lives and our children's lives forever. They're going to be very difficult problems as climate interrupts the weather systems of this planet and really exposes how vulnerable we are to the impacts of climate change. And of course, with the biodiversity loss continuing at the rate it is, our mission will never slow down, I suppose. Thank you very much for listening, and good luck in your Congress. Cheers.
Thank you very, very much, Stuart, for your presence with us yesterday with your delegation, to start with us today, for an inspirational presentation, and foremost for your partnership, past, present, and future. Over to you, Alan and Nick, for a focus on our strategic commercial partnership project, a subject which might appear as disconnected from the previous one, but which simply is not. Quite the contrary. We must and we will ensure that our commercial work remains at all time connected with our water conservation efforts, and that our commercial growth remains underpinned at all time by strong sustainability principles and values. That said, Nick, and then Alan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Delighted to be here. So my name is Nick Couchman. Good morning to everybody. Bonjour à tout le monde. I'm half French, so I'm allowed to say that. You might be wondering, who are these people? You've probably heard of Deloitte. You probably haven't heard of Charles Russell Speechlys. What's a law firm doing here? What's a lawyer doing here? And how can they possibly help us with strategy? Well, I've been working in sport for 30 years, every day, really, for 30 years across 25, 30 sports. So I've seen everything, really, in the last, in that amazing evolution of the industry: football, tennis, golf, even pro surfing. And of course, rowing. We've been working with World Rowing on contract and IP and brand matters for probably about 12 years now, I think. So we've got a pretty good insight into the world of sport and sort of what's going on and the tremendous changes. And I've never seen in 30 years the number of changes and the amount of disruption that is happening now before. We're working on this project alongside Deloitte. Alan will be presenting most of our presentation this morning. He's an expert in the world of the sports industry also. So I think we've actually got a very nice team here to assist World Rowing in basically taking stock of where the sport is in the context of a global and disrupted sports industry. And try to figure out who we are, where we're going, what we think we should be in the future, what is the role and purpose of an international sports federation in this modern world. So let me move forward through some of these slides. Why are we doing this process? We'll explain more about what this process is, by the way, but why are we doing this? As I say, the sports world is evolving more rapidly than ever before. It's forcing sports organizations to fight, actually, to remain relevant in the competitive market. If you look at what's happening in terms of e-sport, or in terms of streaming, or in terms of social media, in terms of the alternatives that consumers and sports participants have got, and sports fans have got these days, so much more choice and variety than there ever has been. So what is the role of a sport? How does a sports organization keep relevant in that changing marketplace? So rowing is absolutely no exception to this trend. It's got to consider how it should change, or maybe risk being changed itself by external forces. If you look, for example, at other sports like football, you'll probably all be aware of the potential that still exists, actually, for a European Super League, which threatened to disrupt and completely undermine the current structure of football that's been in place for decades, which was thwarted, at least temporarily. But that just shows you at that sort of top end, if you like, even in a multi-billion-dollar industry like football, how the status quo can be suddenly changed or risk being changed overnight. So where are we in the process of evaluating the World Rowing situation? Well, we've been consulting extensively, actually, with a lot of the stakeholders across the sport, the commissions, different national member representatives, event representatives, broadcast representatives, etc., to try to understand the strengths and weaknesses and the opportunities and threats. A SWOT analysis, if you like, at the start, to really get feedback from the world rowing community as to what they think, where they think the issues are, what they think could be changed, where they think their concerns lie. We are then going to, once we've completed that process of internal consultation, we're going to conduct what we've described here as a market sounding exercise, which is to basically talk to our networks in the world of sport, whether that's agencies, broadcasters, brands, technology companies, investors, philanthropists, other sports organizations, to understand, how they perceive rowing, and try to assess what the appetite is and the potential is for securing longer-term collaborations and partnerships, and strategic partnerships, hopefully, with the sport and through World Rowing. Thirdly, once we've done all of those things, we will take stock of what we've learned from our community and from the external consultations, and try to identify appropriate strategic partners to take the sport forward. So that's the 1, 2, 3 of what we're doing. What we're going to talk further about today is these 3 elements. The status row, as we have described it. What is the current position of rowing? What are the strengths and weaknesses of the sport? The sports market context. What are the forces that are impacting the sports market and the organizations within sport? We need to be aware of these external forces. And what are the sorts of strategic partnerships that sports are entering into at this time? I have to say that I think, whereas it might be felt that rowing is, shall we say, rather cautious about embracing major change and major new opportunities, in a way, and we hope this is the case, this is actually a perfect timing to look at all of these opportunities. We are post, hopefully, COVID. We've been through a period of massive disruption from an event organisation point of view. We got the opportunity to see what other sports are doing, what's working, what isn't working, what types of partnerships are actually being done. And in the meantime, the connected fitness world, especially in rowing, actually has been booming. There are other examples like Peloton at the moment that's dropped its market capitalization by a very large sum, so people might dispute that, but actually the overall trend for connected fitness, including rowing, is very much up. So the sport of rowing is becoming increasingly relevant at a global level. So just to look at some of the good stuff, what's great about the sport of rowing in that global context? There are loads of really strong features that world rowing and the rowing world has got. And this is from my own personal experience as well, comparing the sport to many others that we've worked with. The DNA of rowing is really strong. We think very strong governance, very strong values, very strong sporting integrity. Of course, there are going to be some people who disagree with some of these points, which is fine. But overall, comparing to other sports, good governance, good values, good sporting integrity. Obviously, the Olympic connection is fundamental. There's a tremendous prestige and heritage for rowing being attached and to Olympic and Paralympic sport. That's very powerful still from a commercial and a developmental point of view. The rowing family is close-knit. We've enjoyed 2 days at the event and seeing that with our own eyes. Really lovely atmosphere, community, very strong. People are very passionate about this sport, which actually links in with the next point. You know, people are in this sport for the right reasons. They love it. They're respectful of their peers, their colleagues, the achievements of others. And that makes for a very, very good potential starting point if you're embarking on a new world and a new campaign. You're all in this together and you have mutual respect. We've got also within World Rowing, and this is probably the really interesting thing from a growth perspective, we've got the classic disciplines which are going very well. Obviously always can be improved. All formats in sport need to be reviewed and improved from a cost perspective and a participant perspective and a TV perspective, but we also have the coastal opportunity and the indoor opportunity, which I think links in very much with connected fitness. These new divisions, if you like, within on the platform have got a great potential for growth and to help the classic disciplines as well in terms of cross-fertilization, promotion, bringing new people into the sport, bringing the sport to people's attention. We've also got a global footprint with members of the rowing family spanning all continents, of course, as is well represented today. We also, of course, though, have some major challenges. We've got, should we say, and these are not criticisms, these are just observations. We've got some weaknesses in achieving and fully activating our overall potential as a sport. You know, we're perhaps under par in some areas. We perhaps don't have as many commercial assets as other sports that we can exploit in the marketplace to generate revenue, to build profile, to generate interest. Compared, of course, to the Formula Ones and the footballs and the rugbies, etc. We have a summer-based season, which makes it a bit harder to achieve year-round relevance. Although, of course, with coastal and indoor rowing, that becomes much less of an issue. We are maybe considered to be somewhat slow, as I mentioned, a bit cautious to adapt and embrace change, a bit reactive, not so much proactive, but that, I think, as we're showing today, is very much changing. We need to embrace the future, to look at the options and to be proactive. The sport, is it perceived to be elitist? Elitism means different things to different people. Is it perceived also maybe to be a bit conservative in nature? Yes, it is. Maybe these things are good because they take us through hard times and they keep the show on the road, but it's probably time to try and shed some of this image of elitism, if that is present, and to carefully, not jump in recklessly into new opportunities, but to look at a more proactive and less, should we say, conservative approach. And then finally, I mean, I'm sure there are other critiques that people will have of the sport, but finally, from our point of view, there is genuine concern over the Eurocentricity of the sport. Obviously, there are lots of natural, geographical, and demographic and logistical reasons why that is the case. It's not easy necessarily to host and to obtain the sorts of hosting commitments that you would need to move the sports events around the world. But nevertheless, the World Rowing is cognizant of this concern and is going to do and is doing what it can to address that over time. I think I will now hand over to you, Alan, to take this forward.
Thank you. So I asked for a big screen. Kind of be careful what you ask for here. There's no hiding place here, is there? I've also got 17 minutes, and then a trapdoor opens up, and I fall underneath because Vincent's committed to 30 minutes. So picking up from Nick, so I think, so I'm a member of the Sports Business Group, over 20 years in the sport, so it's 50 between us and Nick. One way we've been looking at the change within sport is to look at what we've called 6 macro effects. There's six big things which are pretty much hitting all sports and all sports need to be aware of. So I'll give a couple of examples of how this applies to, in our view anyway, to rowing. So next generation. So we've run out of letters now. We're moved from Gen Z to Gen A. So anybody born 2010 on is Gen A, basically. What is happening is that generations are coming through. Well, they're becoming more purpose-focused. They're becoming digitally obsessed. They're becoming more demanding, actually. And we have to be aware of that, and we have to adapt to that. They actually, quite a lot of those new generations prefer non-traditional sports, if you like. But there's a way of addressing that in terms of new formats. You can have what's seen as a traditional sport, but a new format gives it a different twist. But they're after different things. This is probably a bit of a shock to people in this room, but they don't always like watching a live broadcast. They like clips, they like highlights. Again, we can see that as a threat, but also we can adapt to that, and how do we find ways to service that. So digital, the pace of digital will not slow down. You can sometimes think, surely we've reached a plateau. We haven't. In 5 years' time, 10 years' time, we'll look back and think, wow, just look at the things we can do now. So it's about being part of that journey and kind of using a lot of the data which you have and rowing has as a sport, and really finding ways of using that. 90% of big data has been happened in the last 2 years, as an interesting stat. Societal impact is huge. So effectively, both organisations and individuals have purpose at the heart of what they want to do. And that's an opportunity, because certainly in terms of the corporate sponsors, I think they authentically now do mean that they need to have partners who understand about the purpose, whether that's Black Lives Matter, whether that's gender equality, and a wide range of other factors. And I think in rowing, we have that advantage in terms of gender equality, in terms of certainly on the competitions, maybe a way to go with most other sports in terms of the equality, in terms of leadership. But we know we have to address that. We know we have to address accessibility as well, make it more accessible to more people, more diversity. We know that, and that's what this means happening. Climate, so sure, it's fantastic, but obviously concerning presentation, but you've got a real strong position there as how to move that freshwater relationship on, and to really make yourself stand apart from other sports. All sports are trying to obviously address the environmental element in terms of what their impact is, but also trying to, through their fans and supporters, encourage them to make a positive impact to the environment. Health and fitness. So government is increasingly looking to sport to help it out with health and fitness challenges across the world, whether that's obesity in certain countries, or whether that's the mental health demands that many of us face effectively. And I think this is an area rowing is absolutely got a strong sweet spot. So the physical side of things, the rowing physicality is fantastic, whether that's on the flat water, coastal, or it's in your home, or it's in the gym. Fantastic assets to be used there, and connected fitness. But actually mental as well, as Nick sort of touched on it already, but that kind of team ethos and support for your colleague, your boat colleague, and just that, that is genuinely unique. And I've probably worked in 20 plus sports, and I've only worked this for a number of weeks, but that really, really does shine through. So how do you use that kind of team ethos and approach to the sport to kind of help on the mental health issues that we have across the planet? And then the last one was kind of evolving global sports markets. We'll sort of touch on more of that as we go through, but that's about the opportunities that are available to you in this space. So boiled down, there's four other elements. So disruption. There is disruption happening, whether that's commercial model, operating model, it's happening. The radically evolving participant and fan, as I said, they're more demanding, they're data focused, but that can be a good thing. It is intense out there, I'm not going to pretend otherwise. There's intense competition from other sports, from other leisure activities, whether it's gaming, whether it's music. But actually with that does come opportunities as well in terms of can you combine some of those elements with some of your competitions, the kind of the festivalization, some people call it, a bit of a jargon word, but it's true. And so what's the environment? Yes, there are risks out there, absolutely, but equally there are opportunities, and it's about sort of getting on the right side of that. So what I wanted to do here is just illustrate a bit of what's happening elsewhere in terms of this. We called it change or be changed. So let's start with the bad side. So let's start with the right-hand side. So you'll be aware of a number of sports where there have been major disruption over the last number of years. So golf is the obvious one at the minute. So for those of you who have not seen it, the emergence of Live Golf as a challenge to the existing European and PGA tours. That's not saying that the European Tour and the PGA Tour weren't trying new things. They were. It's just that Live come in and just had this huge, big idea and are now disrupting the sport. Who wins? Let's see. And they're not. Live is maybe this bit of an exceptional case, but it just does illustrate the challenge. And maybe a more relevant one was FINA in terms of when the International Swimming League emerged and how FINA had to react. But we don't need to be there. If we jump back to the left, we can get ahead of it. Take a couple of examples here of sports who've made decisions to change either how they do things in an event or actually how they structure themselves commercially. So International Tennis Federation made the choice a couple of years ago to move for the Davis Cup, so the national team competition used to be play home and away, which was fantastic tribal crowds, but didn't work for various reasons. Moved to a finals format, basically, but importantly, supported by Cosmos, which is Gerard Piqué, Barcelona centre-back with friends, and injected a huge injection of funds into the sport, which helped both players in terms of prize money, but actually, more importantly, generated funds for investment in grassroots and development. Not an easy choice, years of history, but it was the right choice in our view anyway. ADA-T, so International Table Tennis Federation, something I've been working on for 6 years. Progressive new management team saw that they needed to use their commercial assets more effectively, created a wholly owned subsidiary for those commercial assets, went to the market with a comprehensive tender process which we ran, and ultimately after about 12, 18 months came up with IMG as a strategic partner, investing a lot, both in terms of expertise, money, network, but also because of the importance of China for table tennis, a Chinese investor as well, who also opened that market up more to us. So COVID's hit, so that put us back somewhat, but the fundamentals of that work, and we're looking forward to a prosperous future. And then the last one I mentioned is Professional Squash Association. So another sport, a sport battling to get into the Olympics, actually. So they identified a potential relationship with Infront, big sports marketing company, so it didn't go to market, but actually we helped them to secure that 8-year partnership. That's working well, but probably an interesting thing here is, while it's not confirmed yet, they're in very advanced stages of discussion with a large US sports individual who just loves sport, loves squash, wants to support squash, wants the players to benefit, wants to expand the footprint of it, and so he's going to make a substantial investment into the sport to grow, so working with IMG. So I'm not saying that's the answer for everybody, but that's the answer for squash, and I think from your perspective, that's important to think that actually the right answer for you, if any change we make, has to be the right answer for you. Has to be long-term as well, have to align your goals with the partners, those partners to understand and respect the values and the traditions of the sport. Which is kind of, as I said there already, building the heritage. So it's not about removing the heritage, it's building on the heritage. It's broadening out those grassroots support. One element we've talked about, that we've picked up maybe is increasingly international federations moving to a more service-led approach. So what is it we can do for our member federations and in turn for their members? And what are the valuable things we can do? Rankings, authenticity, licensing, rubber stamp of quality. What are the things we can really help rather than kind of seen as being as a cost? Embrace technology, embrace data. You've got fantastic data you could be using, and so how do we build that into broadcast? How do we build that into grassroots? How do we build that into sponsorship? And then the strategic partnership, as we've kind of been talking about. I won't go through all of these, but these are strategic partnerships that have been done out there over the last number of years, and you'll see they've accelerated. Now, these are the deals that are done. We know there's lots out there under discussion at the minute. They won't all happen, because actually a bad deal is worse than no deal. But there are other international federations and sports bodies out there talking and getting close to deals with various people. You'll see there's a real mix. It doesn't have to be equity, it doesn't have to be strategic partnership, it doesn't have to be joint ventures. There's different models. Get the model that works best for us, basically, and we have that flexibility, and have our red lines. You know, if we get a strategic partner, then what are the things the control absolutely stays with us in terms of control over the sport? And I think most partners get that. Most partners need to understand that sport is about long term. To make it work well, we're investing in the long-term prosperity of the sport. This is not a 3 years in and out deal. That doesn't work for us, so we're not going to entertain that. So then effectively, we're starting to kind of form a picture as to what are the assets that we think are particularly valuable, would be valuable for a partner who can help us build on. So left-hand side is more events. So we've talked about prestige already of the flat water, the coastal opportunity, the decision hopefully to have beach sprints in LA. Just the sheer potential of indoor rowing. I think one thing I didn't mention there is in terms of how do we harness the power of that, and how do we work with the likes of Peloton, Concept 2, to both grow that for the benefit of everybody, but also importantly for us, World Rowing and member federations, to have a fair share of that activity so that can be invested back in the sport. Because I think it's fair to say the likes of cycling, for instance, where that hasn't happened, that Swift has basically largely cornered that market, and the benefit hasn't been seen by the wider sports. What are the ways we can do to look at that? Now, new formats. In our discussion so far, we've heard lots of good ideas around that. And so just how do we just think about what extra things can we maybe do? And I mean, Masters is a really interesting one in terms of just more than 3,000 rowers a couple of weeks ago, bringing it to South Africa next year, which is fantastic in terms of expanding our global footprint. So what more can we do there, and how does that, and are those Masters people as well are kind of well-educated, relatively affluent kind of population as well, what can we do that? And then right-hand side, more what I kind of call community. So, we talked about governance already, talked about the team ethic, been amazing. That team ethic, by the way, it's a bit of a secret. So I know you all know it, but I didn't appreciate it to the full extent at all until I got into this project. So if I haven't worked in the sport industry for 20 years, I'd pretty much guess most people don't. So how do we tell that better, and how do we get partners who tell that better as well? Has to be an opportunity. Talked about sport, health. And then we have a highly educated group of athletes and alumni. So how do we work with those people to, I know some already invested in the sport, but actually how do we create more local, regional, global opportunities for them to support the sport? It has to be out there, and that's going to be one of the things we're looking at. I'm not going to go through all this because we don't have time, but basically what we did do is we applied our 6 forces to macro forces to rowing in. What are the upsides, what are the opportunities, and what are the challenges? And that's going forward. We probably talked about most of them, but one we didn't talk about actually is para, in terms of societal impact. So I think it's fantastic the way para is integrated into the World Championships, and that's something which most sports don't do. So that's a real strength as well. And then challenges, Nick picked up quite a few of these already actually, but it's even things like movement, when we're talking about climate change and sustainability, we just need to think about things like how we're moving the boats around the world. But and so just to wrap up before the trapdoor opens effectively. So we are still, I would say, at an exploratory stage. We're still listening to people. We're still kind of bringing our perspectives, and we will continue to do that. And sort of, as Nick says, then firm up our views towards the end of the year. If we then decide the right thing for us to do is to go out there and find that partner, experience says that can be anything from 12 to 18 months. It doesn't matter. It has to be the right process for you. We need to be conscious of macro factors out there at the minute. It's an uncertain world, so we'll work with you to make the judgment as to if and when we go out, when's the right time to do that. We will interact with the events review, which I know is going to start, because that's important as well. So we'll make sure we interact with that. And I think most of all said, we look forward to continuing to work with you over the coming weeks and months on this opportunity. I think given the huge packed agenda you have, unfortunately it wasn't one we could take questions today, but we are really keen to hear from you. And so I'll just leave that there for a minute. There's a dedicated email for you to kind of use to contact us if you've any questions or suggestions, or just, we're very keen to hear from you, basically. So I think I've avoided the trapdoor. So that was it. Thank you.
Nick, Alan, thank you very, very much for your presence with us this weekend and today, and for the partnership. Let me insist again, although that was, I believe, made clear by both Stuart and subsequently by Alan and Nick, whatever our commercial growth looks like, it must and it will at all times be underpinned by sustainability principles and values. Over to you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent, and thank you very much to our guest speakers for their presentations today. I hope, dear delegates, that you will have appreciated this session and dedicated to key priorities for the future of our organization, and we believe it was important for us to share with you these elements. So now back to more formality, and I'm resuming the Congress with point number two. Point number two, okay, it's about the identification of the delegates and confirmation of their authority. So before I ask the Executive Director to proceed with the roll call, allow me a few remarks. We are in an hybrid mode, so for the in-person delegates, it's pretty clear. Each member federation has received a voting device and a card with the allocated voting rights. As for the connected delegates, similarly to last year, you have received the email from Lumi that was explained to you earlier, and I just want to mention, if you have more than one delegate, they're connected, only one obviously has the voting rights, and this is, I would say, under the control of in the Lumi system. It goes without saying that only one delegate have the voting rights, and you know about that we have a differentiation on these voting rights. It might be a 3-vote right or 1-vote right, and I just want to refer to the bylaw to Article 15 related to debts. The delegates of a member federation having subscription in arrears forfeit its voting rights. So therefore, you will see during the roll call member federation with 3 voting rights, 1 voting rights, but also 0 as voting rights. So I think this is what I wanted to share with you, and now I'm handing to the Executive Director to run the roll call. Vincent, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I need to see the right slide, please. Thank you. So just a reminder, I will ask those who are physically in the room to simply raise their hand, while Peter from Lumi will simply register, on the other hand, those that are connected online. So no need to verbally acknowledge, just raise your hand if you're in the room. I will read the name of the countries and the number of votes for each. Algeria, 3 votes. Angola, 1 vote. Australia, 3 votes. Austria, 3 votes. Azerbaijan, 1 vote. Bahamas, 1 vote. Bangladesh, 0 vote. Barbados, 1 vote. Belgium, 1 vote. Benin, 1 vote. Bermuda, 1 vote. Brazil, 3 votes. Bulgaria, 1 vote. Canada, 3 votes. People's Republic of China, 3 votes. Côte d'Ivoire, 1 vote. Colombia, 0 votes. Croatia, 3 votes. Czech Republic, 3 votes. Denmark, 3 votes. Djibouti, 0 votes. Next slide, please. Egypt, 3 votes. Spain, 3 votes. Estonia, 3 votes. France, 3 votes. Great Britain, 3 votes. Germany, 3 votes. Ghana Rowing Federation, 0 votes. Greece, 3 votes. Guinea, 1 vote. Haiti, 1 vote. Hong Kong, China, 3 votes. Hungary, 3 votes. Indonesia, 3 votes. India, 3 votes. Islamic Republic of Iran, 3 votes. Ireland, 3 votes. Iraq, 1 vote. Israel, 3 votes. Italy, 3 votes. Japan, 3 votes. Kenya, 3 votes. Republic of Korea, 3 votes. Saudi Arabia, 1 vote. Latvia, 3 votes. Libyan Arab Jamahiriya, my apologies if I mispronounced it, 0 votes. Lesotho, 1 vote. Lithuania, 3 votes. Madagascar, 0 vote. Morocco, 3 votes. Mexico, 3 votes. Monaco, 1 vote. Myanmar, 1 vote. Namibia, 1 vote. The Netherlands, 3 votes. Nigeria, 3 votes. Niger, 0 vote. Norway, 3 votes. New Zealand, 3 votes. Pakistan, 1 vote. Paraguay, 3 votes. Peru, 3 votes. Philippines, 1 vote. Palestine, 1 vote. Poland, 3 votes. Portugal, 3 votes. Qatar, 1 vote. Romania, 3 votes. South Africa, 3 votes. Slovenia, 3 votes. Somalia, 0 vote. Serbia, 1 vote. Sri Lanka, 1 vote. Sudan, 1 vote. Switzerland, 3 votes. Sweden, 3 votes. Thailand, 3 votes. Chinese Taipei, 1 vote. Trinidad and Tobago, 1 vote. Tunisia, 3 votes. United Arab Emirates, 0 vote. Uganda, 1 vote. Ukraine, 3 votes. Uruguay, 1 vote. United States of America, 3 votes. Uzbekistan, 0 vote. Vietnam, 1 vote. Zambia, 0 vote. Zimbabwe, 3 votes.
Thank you very much. Just to make an update on this roll call based on the registration, I'm told that actually Bangladesh will have 1 vote, UAE will have 1 vote, Uganda will have 1 vote, as they have paid their subscription fees before the registration this morning. Okay. So, dear delegates, in our efforts to increase women participation in all areas of our sport, you will remember our discussions and decision at the 2020 External Congress, leading to the eligibility conditions for Congress delegates. The impact of your decision is clear, and 33% last year was really encouraging. It remains fragile also that, as you can see, we are today at 30%. So we have still this room of improvement, and I do encourage you to continue in these efforts. Let me just highlight one point. We have a slight disparity between the percentage in the room and for the connected delegates. It's about 26% in the room and 35% in connected. So I'm sure this is not the intention, but I want to alert that the hybrid mode is not meant to be the way to go around the intention of our gender eligibility rule as for the participation as delegates at the Congress. I'm sure you agree with me on that point. So encouraging, but still some efforts to do, and thank you for that. Moving to point number 3 of the agenda, the appointments of scrutineers for the period of the Congress. So the role of the scrutineers was originally meant to be the counting of the votes, whether it be by hands or showing cards, or even by secret ballot. Since we are using an electronic voting system, you will agree that this role is not necessarily necessary anymore. Let me say again, the voting system is totally secure, totally independent. All voting will be conducted on an anonymous basis. I remind you that LUMI is an independent, well-established and respected, known company working for major international groups and companies, including the IOC. So let me just say that in the very, very low likelihood of a failure of the electronic system, we would then go back to the manual voting way with cards as a plan B. So for the connected delegate, in such a case, they will be voting, or they will send their vote by emails to LUMI. And for that particular situation, again, which is very, very unlikely to happen, but we will have to move with scrutineers, both for the in-the-room voting and for the voting from the connected delegates. So if the situation occurs, I will then move with an appointment of scrutineers, but I don't want to waste time now, as this situation is very, very unlikely to happen. Any questions on this point of the agenda? This is not the case, so we can now move to the next point. Point number 4, approval of the minutes of the last Congress. So the delegates, you have received, and it was provided with the minutes, with the agenda papers, you have received the minutes of the 2021 Ordinary Congress, and you were asked to send you any remarks, and we haven't received any. So this is still the chance for you to raise any question or to make a comment regarding the minutes of the last Congress. This is not the case, and for the connected delegates, I assume there is no question as well. So I will now pass on to the Executive Director to move with the vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I have the vote slide, please? Yep. Pete, can we ask you to run the test for the vote, please?
Thank you very much, Vincent. And so very, very briefly, before we go to the test, I'm going to take you through some instructions about how to use the device. For those members that are in the room, please can you remove your smart card from your envelope and insert that smart card into the voting device. Please also identify that the fact that the smart card has a number on the smart card, and that is associated to your weighted vote. Please could we switch to the other machine, if that's okay? Thank you. So for those delegates that are online, we've had a training session. You've used this for the last couple of years, but very, very briefly, when it comes to the vote, please minimize Zoom. Do not close Zoom. Simply minimize Zoom and return to the voting page. That is the page that you logged into today with your voting credentials. All voting takes place in the Lumi voting platform page. At the time of the vote will appear automatically on your screen. It will be a yes, no, or abstain vote for today's votes. You simply click on your desired choice, and that will become highlighted in blue. A vote received message will appear on the screen, and if you wish to change your mind, you simply click on your new choice, and once again, that will become highlighted in blue. Once the poll is closed, you will no longer be able to see your vote, of course, and it will go back to that holding screen. But importantly, you can return back to the Zoom platform to then see the results that are then presented to you and, of course, to the Congress here in Prague. For those of you that are in the room, once again, you've received a voting smart card and a voting device. Please insert that smart card with the label and the chip facing you into the device. At the time of the vote and when the vote is open, the voting options will appear on your voting device. Yes, no, or abstain. To cast your vote, use the trackball, that is the central ball that will highlight in blue at the time of the vote, to scroll to your desired choice, and then press the green square to submit your vote. When your vote has been submitted, the message "Vote Received" will appear on the screen. It does not show you how you have voted for privacy reasons. However, if you would like to have confirmation, simply press that the green square, and the device will show you how you voted whilst the poll is open. If you wish to cancel your vote and re-vote again whilst the poll is open, simply press the red triangle button. The voting options will be presented to you once more, and you can then cast your vote as I've described. When the poll is then closed, it will return back to the World Rowing logo, and of course we will then present the results to you. A couple of points. This is a completely anonymous system, and also importantly, whilst you are voting in the room, your fellow delegates are also voting online, and when we show you a result, it is a combination of both online and in the room. So with no further ado, I'm now going to move to a test vote, if that's okay, Vincent. And if we can now just quickly show that test vote. Perfect. So hopefully a straightforward question, but the test vote: is Paris the location of the 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games? So if we could open the vote. The vote is now open. So those of you who are online, please minimize Zoom, return to the voting platform page. Once again, that is the platform that you logged into today with your credentials. Please click on your desired choice. For those of you in the room, scroll to your desired choice and press the green square to submit your vote. Vote received will appear on your screen. Also, really important to mention, those of you that are online, of course, the delegates that have voting rights are the only ones that are going to see this vote appearing on their screen. Okay, lots and lots of people are voting, so that's great. So please continue to cast your votes. I'll leave the vote open for a further 15 seconds, but the vast majority of people have voted, so that's obviously great news. Okay, 10 seconds remaining. Okay, so I can now declare that the vote is closed. And I'll hand back to you, Vincent, and Mr. President, to announce the result of the test vote. And Vincent, are you happy for us to show the result?
I am indeed,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. And the result will now be displayed.
The test appears to be conclusive, Pete. Therefore, we'll move on to a proper vote for agenda item number 4. And thank you. We're going to vote for the approval of the minutes of the 2021 Ordinary Congress. And the question is, do you agree to approve the 2021 Ordinary Congress minutes? So I'm going to ask Pete to open the vote. A few more seconds. Okay, Pete, can you close the vote, please?
So the vote is closed. I'm now asking Lumi to present the results on the screen. Yes, 121, 100% of the valid votes. Thank you very much. So the minutes of the 2021 Ordinary Congress are approved. Thank you. We are now moving to the items 5, 6, and 7 of the agenda related to the annual reports. Let me just clarify that all the reports normally refer to the year 2021. It's slightly different from for the reports of the President and the Executive Director, which have some early 2022 references on them, as the report were submitted just before we send the agenda papers. So starting with agenda point 5, I will not make any further remarks about that period of time, but allow me also to take the opportunity today to add a short update on some items. And as obviously a lot has happened since I wrote the report. And if you allow me, I'm going to Dear delegates, let me start this report with some positive notes. 2022 is a special year for our organization. Indeed, 2022 marks the 130th anniversary of FISA. Already 5 years have gone since we celebrated the 125th anniversary. We haven't planned any specific celebrations this year, but a few events have been and are still scheduled soon with the 4 founding countries in Trieste, Italy, and I thank the organizers and the Italian Rowing Federation for the initiative. Our Honorary President Denis Oswald will represent us at this celebration on the 15th of October. 2022 marks also the 60th anniversary of the first World Rowing Championships. It was, as you know, in Lucerne in 1962 that FISA formally staged the World Championships. Dominic Keller, our former President Thomas Keller's son, recently donated to FISA the very first prototype of the World Championship medal, still the shape of our medals today. 2022 also marks the 20th anniversary of the first World Para Rowing Championships held in Seville, Spain, and as you know, long fully integrated in the World Championships. Let me share with you this photo. These are your predecessors. 100 years ago at the 1922 Congress in Geneva. So many anniversaries certainly reminds us that time is flying. Time is flying and the world is changing. As a sport, part of this very competitive and challenging environment, we know that we must adapt, that we must evolve if we want to survive and if we want to ensure our future and in the best way. For the update today, let me start with the situation related to the war in Ukraine. This has become a quite long story now. A very bad story, unfortunately. It is lasting longer than expected and with no winner in this. Allow me to express our deep compassion with the Ukrainian people. This war has significantly impacts on the geopolitical scene, obviously, and on the world of sport in particular. Following the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, the Executive Committee decided to suspend the participation of athletes and officials from Russia and Belarus to our international events. This decision was taken at the time in the context of the breach of the Olympic truce and in line with the sport organizations and the recommendation of the IOC. I have already done it on several occasions, but let me formally express here in front of the Congress my deep gratitude and thanks on behalf of World Rowing and our community to the member federations for their fantastic and timely actions of solidarity to help and support our rowing friends from Ukraine. You have welcomed athletes and their families. You have offered safe shelter and staged training camps, and Ukrainian athletes have benefited from your facilities and your resources. Our thanks go also to the organizing committees who have provided accommodation and the best condition so that these athletes from Ukraine were able to take part to the competitions. This has been simply exceptional, and thanks to your efforts, rowers from Ukraine have been able to safely train abroad and compete at the World Championship, and I must say perform with great performances and podiums in, as you can imagine, such a context. As you know, we launched a fundraising campaign some months ago and raised more than 67,000 Swiss francs that have been allocated to the support to the Ukrainian Paralympic and Olympic teams. We have been coordinating with the president of the Ukrainian Rowing Federation. As you can imagine, the demands have been significant. With the war still going on, I have heard the concerns you have as to how to continue such support. This is terrible, and I do understand the difficulties to sustain the efforts. This is fully understandable. All IFs and national federations are having the same challenges. Let me say that the IOC has contributed to a special fund that has now reached $7.5 million US. This is managed by Sergei Bubka, President of the Ukrainian National Olympic Committee, and IOC members. With the situation ongoing, the approach shared to me by Sergei Bubka and also by the President of the IOC is clearly that the support will have to be focused on the Olympic and Paralympic teams and the athletes preparing 2024 Olympic Games. This should reduce significantly the list of the athletes that have been supported and that will be supported. Unfortunately, the world of sport cannot take place of the governments in the support of refugees. You are aware that the Russian Rowing Federation is challenging us, is challenging the Executive Committee decision to suspend their participation at the international event. They are challenging us to the Court of Arbitration of Sport. Their case has two main arguments. If I may summarize, firstly, they argue that the Executive Committee is not the legitimate body to have made this decision, as they consider the decision being de facto a suspension of the member federation, and indeed only the Congress has the authority to do so. Secondly, they argue the decision goes against Article 2.6 of the Declaration of Principles of World Rowing Statutes related to non-discrimination, as the reason to not allow participation is based on the citizenship only. I will not go into details and make further comment as the process is going on. The hearing panel will meet on November 23. But let me clear on one point though. The Russian Rowing Federation and the Belarus Rowing Federations are not suspended. You will note that we don't have such a point on the agenda today. We haven't received any request to consider this, and nor have we received the request to reconsider the Executive Committee decision under point 19 of the Congress agenda. And therefore, the Executive Committee decision can be considered or will be considered when we have reached that point of the agenda that it has been endorsed by the Congress. I would like to mention that we are not the only organization in such a autobid challenge to CAS. Approximately 55 sports organizations are in such a legal process. What is important, not to say crucial, is the consistency and the unity in the world of sport. It would be a disaster if each organization had its own approach. The main argument is that to have athletes and officials from the countries of Russia and Belarus could undermine the integrity and safety of the event of all its participants. I have already expressed our position to avoid any interference from politics as a principle, a key principle in our organization. This is not new, and has always been the case in the past in our organization, and this principle remains. In this particular case, however, the initial and fundamental point was the breach of the Olympic truce signed by all United Nations members. The world of sport is facing a challenge that was recently expressed by the IOC president: the growing interference from governments in the sport. There are more and more cases where governments put pressure on their national federations when it comes to the participation of their athletes to the international events. They expect their team to withdraw from the competition. If a country or athletes from another country are participating to that event. This is not acceptable. With the growing numbers of conflict in the world of sport would suffer from this. We could be back, to a certain extent, we could be back to this time of boycotts. Again, this is not acceptable, and this is not acceptable that the government put this responsibility on the shoulder of our athletes. Politicians and governments must take their responsibilities. I don't need to repeat the role of sport in society. Sport is about building bridges. Sport is not about making walls. One of the key and fundamental principles of the Olympic Charter is the concept of contributing to building a peaceful and better world through sport. To jump to another topic now, we have been facing the COVID-19 crisis with the many challenges you all know. I won't go into details and repeat what you already know, but it was clear from the beginning that the efforts the world was required to make will have long-term impacts. We can see the impacts right now, but we are only even beginning to understand the far-reaching consequences of the crisis around the world. The pandemic and the current complex geopolitical situation we are facing have affected all areas of society, including in a significant way the world of sport. Global inflation has increased and is projected to remain elevated for a long while. Food and energy price increases, as well as supply-demand imbalance, caused inflation expectation to reach 8% in advanced economies and 6% in emerging market and developing economy this year. This is the context. This is the context and the environment we are living in. But you all know well all these aspects. Some of you have shared with me how this impacts your federation, your organization, our sports. More than ever, we need to take a closer look at our events and to make necessary adjustments to the new realities. You have heard earlier this morning about the commercial and marketing landscape, the necessity to evolve our approach as our business model has definitely comes to its end and is no longer appropriate to the market and to the future. The Executive Committee has agreed to support the project presented to you this morning and to investigate how to best move to another model and evaluate the appetite for investors and partners to our sport. We know the great potential and the opportunities. We appreciate at the same time the difficulties. There is no guarantee at this point in time, and it will take time, but it is essential we take the necessary steps, and this is what we are doing. This will bring changes as we continuously challenge ourselves to evolve and improve what can be improved. This is essential for the promotion of our sport and its development. Cost and complexity are definitely a challenge for the organization of our events, for the organizing committees, for the teams, for all of us. To echo some of you I have met this week, it's very difficult, and to echo some of you, 8 days for the World Championship is a concern in the current context and will be even more difficult in the future. One of the areas to consider is our program. As you know, we are due we were due to review Rule 25 related to our World Championship events. You will certainly agree, and again, this was shared by some of you this week, 29 events, it's a lot for the World Championship. This program has been built based on accepted sports principles. For example, racing once a day only. 8 days is obviously the outcome of an equation of multiple entries. So some of these principles might have to be challenged or at least reviewed, having in mind the context of today I have described. We will also broaden this discussion, the debate, and the reflection to better address all these challenges, as the program is just one part of the issues. In that respect, the Council has decided to launch a project review to understand what are the necessary and possible changes or adaptation. We are currently defining the process and the scope of this review. But you know, and what has been and remains my approach when it comes to such a project, we start with you, with the relevant stakeholders. We start with the member federation, but all our different stakeholders, so that we hear your views and perspectives in such a review. So you will be included in this discussion and obviously informed and regularly updated on the progress. The intention is to complete this exercise by 2024, so that you are ready for decisions at the 2025 Quadrennial Congress. I appreciate this is a challenging context with difficulties. However, we are optimistic. You have heard this morning, we have strong values, we have strong assets, so we have to be optimistic. I do believe we have fantastic opportunities as well, and no doubt that we will end up stronger as we embrace and are ready for the future. Olympic strategy. I have presented on many occasions our vision and the related strategy regarding our position in the Olympic movement and in the Olympic program. Here again, let me go straight to the point and not go back too far in time. The evaluation process led by the IOC is ongoing. We have completed and submitted a technical questionnaire in June related to the program and specifically to the specificity of our coastal events. As you know, the IOC Executive Board will make the decision on the discipline in Q3 2023. The finalization of the Olympic program events will be made by the IOC Executive Board in December 2024 after the Paris 2024 Olympic Games when it comes to the events program. But for the discipline question, this will be decided by the Executive Board in Q3 2023. I can only say that we have a strong case, and as far as the tangible elements we can control, we can be reasonably confident. But there are other factors as well. So to summarize, no guarantees, of course, but let's continue to work with the IOC. We have been recently included in the 2023 World Beach Games in Bali with our beach sprint format. This is great news, as it demonstrates the interest for the discipline. The multi-sport organization is led by ANOC, the Association of the National Olympic Committees. So we will have 3 events, women's solo, men's solo, and the mixed double, for a total of 80 athletes. You have received recently the qualification system that we have had to develop and have approved in a very tight time frame. It is, in essence, quite similar to the Olympic qualification system, but with 2 steps only. So the beach sprint finals to be held in Tenerife, Great Britain in October, and then as a second step, the 4 continental qualification events. We will, of course, liaise with our continental confederations regarding the planning of these continental events. I take the opportunity to thank the confederations for their work on their continents. It's essential that we continue and even reinforce our cooperation with you, the continental confederations. Let me also mention our application to be part of the Commonwealth Games. Considering the membership of such an organization, coastal rowing makes a lot of sense as many countries have access to the sea and they can see the interest and the opportunity, which, to be clear, they don't have for classic rowing. We expect, largely for this aspect of accessibility, the Games have expressed an openness to inclusion of coastal, whereby the door has been closed for some time to classic rowing. I would like to take the opportunity again to clarify a point here. I have heard some concerns about coastal and indoor as a threat for classic rowing. I see this certainly not a threat, but an opportunity to grow our sport. Indeed, our vision is to extend our sport, to develop and grow our sport with coastal and indoor, while solidifying the strong and historical position of the classic rowing. Governance. ASOIF has lately published its 4th governance review. In short, the exercise consists of a self-assessment that is being then moderated by an independent external expert. An assessment made of a questionnaire consisting of 50 questions in 5 domains, particularly essential in the governance. Essential in governance: transparency, integrity, democracy, sport development and solidarity, and control mechanism. All Olympic international federations are doing the same exercise. So let me say that we are pleased that we have progressed from the last assessment. We have a strong position in many aspects, and also at the same time still some room for improvement. I can say that World Rowing is recognized as a leading international sports federation on gender equality matters, with a 50% female representation on both the Executive Committee and the Council. We are commended for our commitment to diversity and inclusion with the Gender Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Commission, and in ensuring the athletes' voice is at the center of our decisions. Not many organizations have the Athletes Commission chair as a full voting member of the Executive Committee. And now, an election process, as you know, to determine the membership of the Commission. Meanwhile, critical safeguarding efforts have continued over recent years with significant work in the area of education and awareness. I can tell you that we will continue to demonstrate our commitment for continuous improvement to good governance, standards, and performance. In these areas, may I encourage you, the member federation, to also engage the exercise. We can only benefit from progress in that area of governance. Talking about the election in the Athletes Commission, I am pleased to announce the Congress the names of elected members. Congratulations to Emma Twigg, New Zealand, to Mindaugas Grisnokis, Lithuania, and Mindaugas is with us today as president of the Lithuanian Federation. Congratulations. also to Niels van Zandwijk from Belgium, and to Benjamin Pritchard from Great Britain. A fifth athlete will be elected at the Coastal World Rowing Championship. The other 5 commission members will then be appointed by the Council. It has been a significant change in our organization. After 26 years in the role, Matt Smith has hand over to Vincent on January 1st. I must say that our new executive director has embarked in the role with full speed, investing countless extra hours to understand our sport, to know the people and where we come from. I have to say that we haven't been spared the challenges and the difficulties. At the same time, we have also had some evolution in the staff that also has led to review the organization. We wish Vincent all the best in this mission. The Executive Committee and the Council and the staff, of course, are in total support. Dear delegates, one of our first missions is, of course, to ensure that our athletes can compete with the best and appropriate environment. My last point will relate to the 2022 season. Despite the difficult context, we have had an excellent season with fantastic World Championship last week. I would like to express my gratitude and thanks to all the contributors who have made this season a success, to the organizing committees and of the respective events, and the authorities of the countries, local and national, who have continued their support despite the challenging context. To you, the member federations who have entered the regatta with large entries despite the obstacles and the logistical challenges and the additional costs. And thanks also to our technical team and to the staff. We look forward now to the remaining events in Thunderfoot in Great Britain for the Coastal World Championship and the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. Dear delegates, this concludes the additional updates I wanted to make today. Thank you very much. Moving to the next report now, there are no specific or additional comments on the report from the Vice President Trishma Smith, the Treasurer report Gerritjan Egenkamp, and the Executive Director report made by Matt Smith, as it relates to 2021. We haven't received any comments or remark, but it's your chance now to make comments or ask questions to the three of them. Okay, we will now move to the approval of these reports. Can I ask if any of you would like to proceed with a vote for each of the reports? My suggestion would be to make it as efficient as possible and to move with one vote only for the 4 reports, namely the President's report, the Vice President, the Treasurer, and the Executive Director as the package. I'm looking at the room if there is any opposition to that. This is not the case, so I'm now asking the Executive Director to proceed with the voting of the approval of these reports.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question is the following. Do you agree to approve the 2021 reports? Pete, if I can ask you to open the votes. Thank you. We're going to close the vote in just a couple of seconds. So one last chance. Okay, we are going to close the vote. Pete, please. Thank you.
May I ask Lumi to present the results on the screen, please? Valid vote 120, yes 120. Thank you very much. The reports are approved. Moving now to agenda item 6, report of the chair of the commission. None of the chairs of the commissions have any additional comment or remark to make. I will now open the floor to any questions, remarks, comments. Please raise your hand if it's the case. Okay. Can we now move with the voting, please? Same principle, sorry. We will move with one vote as a package as for efficiency. Thank you.
Okay, the question is the following. Do you agree to approve the 2021 reports of the chairs of the specialist commissions? Pete, can you open the vote, please? We're going to close the vote in just 4 or 5 seconds. Pete, can I ask you to close the vote, please?
May I ask Lumi to present the results on the screen? Valid vote 123, yes 123. The reports are approved. Thank you very much. Moving to point number 7, reports of the continental representatives and co-opted. You have the reports on your files. The continental representatives and the co-opted members don't have any points to add. If you have any question or remarks, please. This is not the case. Vincent, you can proceed.
Okay, we're moving to the vote on those reports. The question is, do you agree to approve the 2021 reports of the continental representatives and co-opted council members? Pete, thank you for opening the vote. Okay, a couple of seconds again. Going once, twice, 3. Okay, Pete, can you close the vote? Thank you.
Can I ask Lumi to present the results? Valid vote 117, yes 117. Thank you very much. The reports of the continental representatives and co-opted members are approved. We are now moving on the agenda. We have from point 8 to 13 related to finance. So starting with point number 8, presentation of the 2021 financial statement, and I'm going to pass the floor to our treasurer, Gerrit-Jan Egempan, to present the point. Gerrit-Jan, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Vincent, can you move 2 pages forward in the presentation so that we can see, or Vincent, whoever has the...
I do not have the clicker, but I'm asking the team to move 2 pages along, please.
Yeah, so one further. Yeah, thank you. So first of all, the 2021 financial accounts. What you see on the screen is our 4-year budget with on the left 2 columns the 2021 budget and then next to it the 2021 actual result. So that's the highlighted column is the actual result. And what you'll see there is that we ended 2021 with a positive operational result of 317,000 Swiss francs versus a budgeted deficit of 411,000 Swiss francs. This is called the first result, like from the bottom, the fifth or sixth row up. And that's how we have done operationally. This has been the result of quite some cost cutting that we initiated at the beginning of 2021, because the uncertainty around whether the Tokyo Olympics actually would take place and whether the Olympic revenue that we always get every 4-year cycle would be similar to earlier. So we were afraid that that would be either very or much lower, or even we would not get it if Tokyo would not go ahead. So to prevent a difficult situation, we decided to reduce the expenses. Overall, around 700,000 Swiss francs less was spent. You do not see that immediately. I mean, it looks in the overview as if we actually generated more revenue, especially on the governance line. You'll see 500,000 Swiss francs versus a budget of 100. This is accounting, so those are revenues that for which we also made costs that are mainly made by organizing committees, that the organizing committees paid, and then Visa again paid for that. So they're just passed on. So overall, on the operational result, the better result has been the result of just reducing costs. So that's on the profit and loss statement. Operationally, you also see a 335,000 Swiss franc result on our asset portfolio. That's at the bottom of the table. Please note, this is a bookkeeping result. We haven't sold anything, so it's just the valuation of especially the bond position that we have that fluctuates over time. This year, for example, it's down. But here we very much look at the long-term development of that portfolio, which is good. What you don't see on this page, but on page 95 of the agenda papers, is our balance sheet. I think there's one significant change there. That's that we paid back a substantial amount, of around 3 million of loans. When COVID hit and we had the uncertainty around Tokyo, we attracted around 3 million of loans to be able to have a runway if we would have less revenue. Eventually, the Olympic revenue was fortunately at a similar level of Rio, and with that money we paid back these loans as we did not need that cash anymore. So I think that's it on the financial accounts for 2021. Maybe now a good time if there are any questions around that. Then I suggest we go one page back. Actually, no, we got too quick to the approval. We first need to go to the auditor statement, which is agenda item 9.
Yeah, if you allow me, I will take this one. So before we move to item 9, any question on what the treasurer has been presented and on the 2021 accounts? No specific questions. So moving to item 9, auditor's report. The auditor's report on the 2029 statement is in your files from page 82, if I'm correct. And you can see there their opinion regarding the statements. Okay, so we can now move to item 10, and it's about the approval of the accounts. And to make this approval, I'll give the floor to the executive director to conduct the voting.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are going to move to the vote. The question is, do you agree to approve the 2021 financial statements? Pete, can I ask you to open the vote, please? to give you another 4 or 5 seconds before closing. Pete, can I ask you to close the vote, please?
And I ask Lumi to present. I'm asking Lumi to present the result on the screen. Valid vote 117, yes 117, abstention 3. Thank you. So the 2021 accounts are approved. We are now moving to agenda item 11, determination of entrance fee and annual subscription. After consideration with the Treasurer, the Council proposed to stay with the current level of fees and annual subscriptions. As there is no change proposed, we don't ask for a vote, but I'm looking at the room. Yes, it's a case. Any questions? So we can now move to item 12 related to the budget of 2023, and this is on page 98 in the four-year plan, financial plan. Now I will pass the floor to our Treasurer for comments on this budget.
Yeah, thank you. For 23, the proposed budget is in line with the original four-year planning, so we have not made any changes to what we initially targeted at the beginning of this four-year cycle. I think at the same time, a remark that I do expect it to be quite challenging to realize this budget, given the surging inflation that we see around us. I think this year 10%, next year another 5%, so is what the current expectations are. So keeping costs still in line with what we initially were budgeting for, I think will be a challenge. At the same time, we decided to stick to this budget because we are in quite uncertain times, where generating commercial revenue continues to be a challenge. And requirements on anti-doping, governance, and all other areas are increasing as well. So we want to be very careful not to further eat in on our reserves, giving that, and therefore decided to stick to the originally planned four-year budget for 2023.
Thank you, Gerrit-Jan. Any questions? No question. Over to the Executive Director for the voting.
Okay, we're going to move to the approval of the 2023 budget. The question is, do you agree to approve the budget for 2023? Pete, can you open the vote? We're going to give this another 5 seconds before closing. Pete, can you close the vote, please? Thank you.
And present the result of the screen on the screen. Valid vote 112, yes 112, abstention 6. Thank you very much. The 2023 budget is approved. Moving to item 13, appointment of the external auditors. Article 33, paragraph 2 says that the auditors are appointed each year by the Congress based on a recommendation from the Executive Committee. The Executive Committee has decided to recommend PricewaterhouseCoopers, Switzerland. Any questions? Over to you, Vincent, to proceed with the vote.
Thank you. Can I have this slide, please? The question for the vote is, do you approve the Internal Audit Committee's recommendation to appoint PricewaterhouseCoopers as the external auditors for the 2022 account? Can you open the vote, please? Pete, thank you. Another 5 seconds. Pete, can you close the vote, please? Thank you.
And present the results on the screen. Valid vote 119, yes 119. Thank you very much. The Executive Committee recommendation is approved. So this concludes the section on finance, and I would suggest that we have a short coffee break now. Can I ask you please to be back on your seat at 11:10? A 20-minute coffee break. So thank you very much. On time because we are already 5 minutes behind the schedule. Thank you for all of you who are ready. Thank you very much. Okay, can we close the door, please? Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we are now agenda item 14, reports on future world rowing events and Olympic and Paralympic regattas. And I'm now giving the floor to the chair of the Events Commission and Executive Committee member, Eva Santo. And by the way, I would just like to take the opportunity but you have seen all of them, to present the Executive Committee. I missed the opportunity this morning. You are part of the Council, obviously, and you are facing the Congress, so I guess you all know our faces, and sorry to my colleagues for this mistake. I take the responsibility. So Eva, can you take point number 14? The 16. So excuse me. We'll go with Natalie for the presentation of the next World Rowing event. Can we ask the delegation of the 2023 World Rowing Championships to come and make the presentation? And while we are waiting, can I just mention that you have been given a survey on your table. Please, can you fill in this survey? And the second point I would like to mention, it seems that you have some concerns about flights this afternoon. That will refer to my remark on being on time when we resume the Congress. So there is a large room of maneuver with the transport, and you have seen on the screen while you were getting in the room the schedule of the shuttles. So I hope there is no problem, no transport issue with your departure. And for the flight, I refer to a discussion. I think the shuttle is planned to 2:20. I'm looking at Giuseppe and Embra. Have you had the updated on the schedule? I think, okay. So I have the pleasure to welcome the 2020 World Rowing Championship delegation, and please, you have the floor for your presentation.
Thank you. Honorable President, members of the Council, all the participants of the Congress, in the name of OC Belgrade World Championship in 2023, I thank you for this opportunity to pass some information to the rowing community for the biggest rowing event in the next year. On the first slide, you see a little information about the city of Belgrade, which is dated back from 3rd century BC, what is unique about Belgrade. You can see its location. It lies at the confluence of two large rivers, Sava and Danube, with popular landmarks, just over 1.7 million people. Majority of them are below 40. We have between 15 and 44 years of age. And you can come to Belgrade by plane or by car from more adjacent countries, Croatia, Romania, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, Montenegro, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are famous for our hospitality and for staging big events, and we are hoping this one's going to be as great or as greater than all the others. We had some hassle. We hosted the World Cup 1 in 2022, and you know the heavy constructions on the airport. That's very difficult for organizing to sell it, but we're going to have a clear situation where all the work shall be done by the March of 2023. So we don't, and you won't, as our guest, you won't have any troubles with that part of project. Concerning the price of the hotels, accommodations in general, you'll see the bidding prices that were in the bid, and I have to make an important remark about that. With the war in Ukraine, you mentioned it in your opening statement, inflation, all the changes in financial and security all around the world. We are living in very uncertain times with unpredictable future. Also, Belgrade, though, will do everything to stick to the bidding prices. We do everything not to deviate from the plans. But in the next 12 months, we cannot predict, nobody can, what's going to happen with the cost of fuel, gas, food, etc. So if some changes is absolutely necessary, normally according to the world rowing rules, and we'll discuss it, you will have information. You will have information on time. So at this moment, we'll stick in with all things we agreed upon in 2019. Concerning it is 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, everything is self-explanatory. The thing I want to make from this slide to stress out that you won't have any trouble getting on time for your competition. You can see just major hotels that we pulled out of the list, and you can see that you're looking at a minimum of 6 minutes to the venue, up to the 21 minutes. It won't be longer. If there's any trouble in the transportation, the police escort will be available, and organizer have that in mind. So there's one big worry on your side, which you shouldn't have. I just giving you some examples. Venue, which is marked all, how it's very close to the hotels. It's very well connected, and as I just said before, we don't accept major problems. Considering the concrete venue, you'll have to see that beautiful venue. You know it. Probably you've been there. And you're well aware of its qualities and whatever. The whole lake is situated in a natural environment. Big trees support calm weather on the lake, denying the strong winds, and that's something it's beneficial to all of us. A little more about Housekeeping, which is important. It's 14 degrees the lowest, 10 years average, and 24 is the highest temperature centigrade. And precipitation for the month of September is 58.6 millimeters per square meter. If we have high temperatures, it's going to be in 24. But I'm thinking very much the same weather we had here on this World Championship. So I don't foresee any big changes. Very similar weather you should expect in Belgrade. Tower Bridge deserves some comments. we did some refurnishing for the whole setup, but as required by world rowing, it needs to be expanded. It needs to have some more rooms, and right now the plans for that are under revision. We're going to put it in place, and as we stick to all the said we said, we're going to make all the major changes, and we expect, especially for the timing and scoring and everything else that you need, the best possible conditions. Let's put it that way. Meals on the venue, you know the drill. Everything, or anybody who books through the organizer will have the chance to exchange the meals in a hotel, especially lunch, for the meal at the venue. We are proud of our food. We're going to make it as much comfortable as possible, and we're going to always follow the rules of the World Rowing and their user manual and minimum requirements and all that stuff. So we're confident we'll meet the expectation, the highest expectation. Next thing is actual rowing course. Requirements including space on the water, warming up, that's changed. And somebody who was there for the World Cup #1 saw it. We have more space on the water. The OC will have a coordinated security and safety plan in order to make sure that no swimmers or public enter the water during the racing. In training times, we distinguish that as our major problem for right now, and we're going to work on it. We're going to have a lot of actual security guards present on the venues to ensure absolute legality of competition. RTS, our nation television, is going to provide live coverage, championships, and live streaming, whatever is also required. To finish this short presentation, for the end, I wish to stress out that OC is determined to do all in our power to fulfill our obligations towards you and to make a great event next year. We'll strive for the best, and your support is greatly appreciated, and we're looking forward to seeing Belgrade. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Zoran, for your presentation. And before we open the floor for any comment, maybe I will ask Dan, do you want to make any comment from our side? Or do we have questions for Zoran? No questions? So I just again thank you, Zoran, for your presentation. We know the difficult context you have in the country, but we are fully on board with you to deliver a great event. As you know, the expectation from our member federation is high, but we know that we can work together to address the difficulties in a very difficult context. By the way, and sorry, I should have introduced you, but having a basketball player legend at the head of the organizing committee, and also with very strong experience in the sports management, we can only be reassured that you will deliver. So thank you very much. We know that it's difficult to organize an event, but we will for sure work together so that we can have the best World Championships. Thank you very much, Zoran. All the best. So moving now to the next point, can we have the presentation of the Paris 2023 Under-19 World Championships? I remind you that this will be held on the venue for the Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games, and we have Nathalie from the from the team who will present you a short update on this event.
Thank you, JC. So just a very short update on the Paris Olympic and Paralympic Games. So the delegates, we'd like to confirm, of course, as you all know, that the venue for the Games is Vers-sur-Marne, located in Île-de-France. As you can see from the photo on the screen, we're sharing the venue with canoe slalom. So this is a slight change from previous games. We will have canoe sprint with us, and then behind we will have canoe slalom. So during the rowing competition, you will also be sharing with athletes from the other sport. Okay, we can move to next slide, please. So the dates for the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games have been confirmed. For the Olympic Games, it will be from the 27th of July until the 3rd of August, and we will have a reserve day on the 4th of August. And Paralympic Games is from the 30th of August to the 1st of September. The opening of the venue for training has not yet been confirmed. We're still working with Paris on that, and we're waiting to hear from the IOC and Paris 2024 how long before our first racing day the venue will open for training. So as soon as we have that information, we will be sharing it with you. A reminder that all of your contacts, so any questions relating to the Games, needs to officially go through your NOC and NPCs. We do have our sport manager in place. Many of you will know her, as she was team manager for the French rowing team, Pascale Bouton. Currently, she is the only member of the rowing sport team, and by the end of the year, we hope there will be a service manager or service coordinator to support her. Next year, we will have a test event. Well, we're not officially allowed to say test event because it's unlike previous games. It's not organized by Paris 2024. We have a separate organizing committee for it, and we thank the French Federation for their support with the organization. So to be clear that any questions regarding site visits or accommodation, please go through the organizing committee for the Under-19 Championship. The bulletin will be published on the World Rowing website this week, where you'll find further information. And as you'll see on the screen, there's two important email addresses, one regarding accommodation, and we encourage you to get in contact with them as soon as possible. And then the other email address for any general questions. That is all from me, unless you have any questions concerning the Games. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathalie. I think we have a question. I didn't catch your question, but I think you have got the response. Okay. So we are now, if there is no other question, we're now moving to the next point, which is item 15, place and date of the next Congress. The Council proposed. Okay. The Congress. Oh. Let me, before we move to point 15, actually, we will present you, and now I can leave the floor to the chair of the Events Commission. We will present you the decisions made by the Council regarding the SEAP, the Strategic Event Attribution Process, regarding to the events to come in the next years. So, Eva, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. So, according to rule number 5, it is the Congress authority to attribute the World Rowing Championships. The World Rowing Council would like to express its sincere appreciation to the bidding member federations and the support they have received from their government authorities for their tremendous efforts to prepare these bids. For the 2025 and 2026 World Rowing Championships, the World Rowing Council received 2 bids for the 2025 World Rowing Championships. So we go first with the council decisions. Okay, so World Championships come after that. So the World Championships will be voted here, and these events were under council authority. So the bids received, I can't see the slides, for the events to be attributed is World Rowing Cups 1 and 3 in 2024. As you see on the slide, and the 2025 and 2026 World Rowing Under 19 and Under 23 Championships. For the World Rowing Cups, 1 late bid was received from Varese, Italy for the 2024 World Rowing Cup 1. Varese is a very experienced host and is also scheduled to host the 2023 World Rowing Cup 2. The Council has confirmed that they meet the minimum requirements to host this event and has voted in favor of attributing the 2024 World Rowing Cup 1 to Varese. 1 bid was received from Poznan, Poland for the 2024 World Rowing Cup 3. Poznan is a very experienced host and hosted this year a successful World Rowing Cup 2. The Council has confirmed that they meet the minimum requirements to host this event and has voted in favor of attributing the 2024 World Rowing Cup 3 to Poznan. So that's the World Cups, and now the World Rowing Under 19 and Under 23 Championships. For the 2025 and 2026 World Rowing Under 19 and Under 23 Championships, candidates were invited to bid on either a standalone event or a combined Under 19 and Under 23 Championships. All candidates who bid on a combined event also submitted a bid for one or the other standalone events. For a combined event to take place successfully, a venue and the organizing committee need to be able to accommodate a large number of athletes and support staff using accommodation, transport, and catering. There are also added pressures to the space on the water, the boathouse area at the venue, and the competition and training schedules. These constraints significantly limit the number of venues that would be able to successfully accommodate a combined Under 19 and Under 23 Championships. With this in mind, the World Rowing Council has decided the following: to attribute the 2025 World Rowing Under 23 Championships to Poznan, Poland, the 2025 World Rowing Under 19 Championships to Trakai, Lithuania, the 2026 World Rowing Under 23 Championships to Duisburg, Germany, and the 2026 World Rowing Under 19 Championships to Plovdiv, Bulgaria. All these bids submitted were of very high quality. However, the distinguishing elements included the completeness of the bid documents, affordable accommodation pricing for national federations, and financial guarantees to support the operational costs of the event were also considered. Can we please move with the... Okay, so that's agenda item 15. Back to JC.
So thank you very much, Eva, for the presentation. Any questions on this, on our SEAP and this attribution? I think it's clear. Thank you very much. So now, moving to agenda 15, place and date of the next Congress. So the Council proposed the 2023 World Rowing Congress to take place on Monday, 11 September in Belgrade, Serbia. As usual, the day immediately following the World Championships that will be held from September 3 to September 10, 2023. I'm looking at the delegates. I think I consider this as an approval unless you have another proposal to make. This is not the case. Thank you. This is approved. Moving now to item agenda 16, attribution of future FISA events in accordance with Rule 6. You will remember the position at last year's Congress, and based on the strategic event attribution plan, we were to attribute to this 2022 Congress the 2025 World Rowing Championships and the 2026 World Rowing Championships. So to start with 2025, the bids document have been received. A thorough and in detail analysis has been then carried out by the team, the staff, and has been analyzed and presented to the Council. So on August 23, the Council met virtually and was presented by the two bidders, by the Shanghai delegation and the Amsterdam delegation. The Council had the presentations on this Zoom meeting. We have then, based on the decision from the Council, we have been circulated to you, the member federations, through the circular number 7 on September 5, the elements to provide you an explanation on the bids and some key element for you to consider. I will now pass the floor to the Chair of the Events Commission, Eva Santo, again, to present you the summary of this analysis and the recommendation of the Council. Eva, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. The Council received 2 bids for the 2025 World Rowing Championships from Shanghai, China, and Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Some key elements of the assessment have been highlighted in the agenda papers, including racing conditions, venue, accommodation, financial support, organizational experience, and several more. The bid from Shanghai presented more favorable accommodation rates, certain elements for the athletes, such as the conditions on the water, with the warm-up and cool-down areas being outside of the course, separated the Shanghai bid from Amsterdam. With regard to the racing conditions in Amsterdam, the Council understands that under certain weather conditions, there is a possibility to experience unfair weather conditions and unfair conditions on the water. Since 2014, much has been learned and studied about how to foresee these weather conditions in Amsterdam at the Bosbaan, and it's believed that we are better equipped to deal with these conditions in the unlikely event that they could occur. Based on the 2014 experience, we expect this to be a fantastic opportunity to showcase our sport and athletes in a fantastic festival atmosphere. Both bids included strong and reliable financial support, strong organizing committees, and an exciting proposal to enhance spectator and participant experience. Both bids also included complete sustainability protocols, supported by necessary budgets. At the time of the Council meeting, where the final bids for the 2025 World Championships were presented, the consideration and keeping all the above the aforementioned facts in mind and in accordance with Rule 5A, only the final bid from Shanghai has been accepted by the Council for candidacy to host the 2025 World Rowing Championships. So the World Rowing Council has recommended Shanghai, China, to host the 2025 World Rowing Championships. Shall I continue with the next steps? Or at the final deadline of the strategic event attribution process on the 22nd of July this year, no final bids were received for the 2026 World Rowing Championships. In accordance with Rule 5B, the Council may directly attribute this event. The Council has determined that with additional time to elevate the bid from Amsterdam to meet the minimum requirements, they could be considered as a candidate to host the World Rowing Championships in 2026. Between the final bid deadline and today, Amsterdam have managed to submit additional documentation to support their bid. To date, only a few outstanding elements remain in order for the Council to support the attribution of the 2026 World Rowing Championships to Amsterdam. The key outstanding elements is to receive a contingent of lower cost accommodation prices to ensure that all teams can have the ability to participate at the championships. With this in mind, and with a now very strong bid from Amsterdam, the World Rowing Council are requesting the Congress to give the Council the authority to attribute the 2026 World Rowing Championships to Amsterdam, Netherlands, subject to the provision of suitable accommodation prices. Thank you. So that's the explanations behind the recommendations.
So thank you very much, Eva. Do you have any question first on the 2025 World Rowing Championships recommendation? Comments? Now, moving to 2026 with what has been explained. Do you have any question or comments on the Amsterdam bid? I consider that it's clear for all delegates, and I suggest, if there is no question, to move with the voting. Okay, so I'm passing the floor to the Executive Director to conduct the vote.
Thank you. The first vote is therefore the following. Do you approve the Council's recommendation to attribute the 2025 World Rowing Championships to Shanghai, China? Pete, can you open the vote, please? Another 5 seconds. Pete, can you close the vote, please? Thank you.
And present the results on the screen. Valid vote 118, yes 106, no 12, abstention 9. So the 2025 World Rowing Championships is attributed to Shanghai, China. Moving to the next vote.
The question is the following. Do you approve the Council's recommendation to attribute the 2026 World Rowing Championships to Amsterdam, Netherlands, subject to the finalization of suitable accommodation prices? Pete, can you open the vote, please? Five seconds. Pete, can you close the vote, please? Thank you.
And present the results on the screen. Valid vote 123, yes 117, no 6, abstention 3. So thank you. The 2026 World Rowing Championships is attributed subject to at Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Thank you very much. And can I ask representatives of China and Amsterdam to come forward and or to come and see Liz for the signature of the event rights attribution? So you have 2 minutes so that I can go to the signature.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, we're going to take our picture. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all delegates for giving us the trust to organize this event. We will try to make it into a absolutely fair event, but also a spectacle for the spectators. So you've seen what we did in 2014. We have the same organization helping us to make it really very nice for also whoever you'll bring to Amsterdam to watch the rowing. We hope for a lot of fast times and a lot of very happy people along the course. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. We can now move to agenda point 17, the reports of the Continental Rowing Confederations and other member groupings. So we welcome all these reports and that you have in your files. I remember the confederations are recognized under Article 18 and the member groupings according to Article 19. I would like to take the opportunity again to thank COPARE President Fernando Ucha for the Americas, ERC President Richard Stadnuk for the report. But as you know, since there have been movement in the European Rowing Confederation, and now we have Anna-Marie Phelps as the chair of this, the European Rowing Confederation, but at the time for the report for 2021, it was still Richard Staniuk as chair of ERC. Lee Spear, president of ORCON, the Oceanian Rowing Confederation, and Khaled Zain Eldin, president of FASA, representing the African continent. Regarding the member groupings, you have the reports from the Arab Rowing Federation and with the president Khaled Zain Eldin, Balkan Rowing Association, President Neboja Markovic, and you have the Commonwealth Rowing Association report from President Peter Cookson. You have also the Coupe de la Jeunesse report with Gary Harris as president, I think, in the room. You have also, for the South American Rowing Confederation, a report from the president, Raul Poletti, and the Secretary General, Gerd Tide. If you have any question or comment for this report, just please refer to this to the authors of the report. Then we have on agenda item 18 the reports on application for affiliation and voting consequent thereon. We have received one submission to affiliate Mauritania and the Mauritanian Rowing Federation. The Council has reviewed the application and proposes the Council to approve. So I'm now hand over to the Executive Director to conduct the vote.
Thank you. We will move with this vote. The question is the following. Do you approve the Council's recommendation to admit Mauritania Rowing Federation as a member of World Rowing? Pete, can you open the vote, please? Thank you. We'll give it another 5 seconds. Pete, can I ask you to close the vote, please?
And present the results on the screen. Valid vote 124, yes 121, no 3. So the Mauritania Rowing Federation is now a member of World Rowing, and if our counting is correct, it's we have now 157 affiliated members in our organization. So thank you and congratulations for this new affiliated member. Point 19, reconsideration or confirmation of decisions taken by the Council in accordance with the provisions of Article 32 and paragraph 3.2 and 3.3 of Article 45, or by the Executive Committee in accordance with the provisions of paragraph 3.4 of Article 51. So we haven't received any request for to reconsider the decisions that have been made. So we can now move to point number 20, Council and Executive Committee elections. in accordance with Article 39 and 49. And as we are concerned for this year, we have a few elections and related to Article 39. And it's by law related to the Council. So as you know, by law, Article 39, paragraph 2 lists the commissions that we have to, that the chair of this commission that we have to elect at the Congress. So there are 6 of them: athletes, events, competitive, masters, para, and empowering. That said, as for the athletes, you know that we have changed the process, so the Athletes Commission chair will be elected by their peers and not by the Congress. So we have, according to the statutes, 5 commissions, 5 chairs to elect. And as for, and we have also today the election of the chair of the Equipment and Technology Commission. This is due to the eligibility rule related to the current chair, Paul Fuchs, who will have to hand over by the end of the year. So 5 + 1, 6 elections to come. You have received in the agenda papers all the documents regarding the candidates for these positions. And for each of the election, we will proceed as follows. A short presentation of the candidate will be made by his or her member federation representative. You will then have the opportunity to make comment or ask question, and we will then move to the electronic vote. So, and for clarity, the candidate must receive an absolute majority as per Article 36 of the statutes, and which is more than 50% of the valid vote cast. Any question about the process? I think we are ready to move. So let's start with the first chair of the Competitive Rowing Commission. We have received 1 candidate submission, Rosie McLaughlin, nominated by Great Britain. Can I ask the representative, so Mark Davis, president of the GBR Rowing Federation, to come and present the candidate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear delegates, 4 years ago, I stood in front of you at Congress in Plovdiv, and I told you that Rosie McLaughlin was passionate, committed, and tenacious, and that she promised that she would undertake the role of chair of the Competitive Rowing Commission with hard work, determination, and grace. Well, I stand before you today knowing that Rosie has kept that promise. The 4 years since have been difficult for obvious reasons, but inventive as a result. And throughout, she has worked tirelessly and collaboratively in the role. Let me list for you some of what she's done in that time, in addition to all the work that she's done on and in support of the Executive Board. None of it will come as any surprise to those of you who know Rosie's history as a visionary and pioneer of our sport back in the 80s and 90s, where she was instrumental in the development and growth of women's rowing. In the last 4 years, she's contributed to World Rowing's Olympic strategy and the qualification process for Paris 2024. She's led the Coaching Cross Commission. She's fulfilled seeding and fairness duties at World Cups and World Championships. She's improved the short-term weather forecasting to improve decision-making, fairness, and resilience. She's proactively supported, designed, and piloted athlete lane selection. She's contributed to the successful Women's Sports Leadership Academy high-performance coaching program. and she started to develop a team of coach educators to support local rowing activity in every continent. Having spent 40 years in rowing, actively involved across the board in different formats and in all aspects of the sport, international representation, team management, grassroots regional development, and coach education, Rosie brings together her wide-ranging and intimate knowledge of the whole sport to all the work that she does. So while I know that this is an uncontested vote, I do hope that we can count on your support to enable Rosie to continue the great work that she has done so far and give her a big vote of confidence to embark on the next 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Can we proceed with the vote?
Vote for number 12. The question is the following. Do you agree to elect the above candidate, Rosie McLaughlin, to the position of Chair of the Competitive Rowing Commission? Pete, can you open the vote, please? Thank you. Another 5 seconds. Pete, can you close the vote, please? Thank you.
And present the results. Valid vote 121. Yes, 121. Congratulations, Rosie, and thank you for your dedication and for your work. So, moving now to the next election, we have I think the next one is the master. Let me see. No. Next election is the chair of the Events Commission. We have received one candidate submission, Eva Santo, nominated by the Hungarian Rowing Federation. So may I ask Otto Csesz, the president of the Hungarian Rowing Federation, to come on the stage and present Eva Santo, please.
Mr. President, dear delegates, dear rowing friends, it is a great honor for me to introduce and present to you Eva Santo, our candidate for the chair of the Events Commission. Eva's knowledge, experience, and leadership skills, as well as her commitment to our sports, are well known, and she has already made significant contribution to rowing at the highest level. She has dedicated herself to the sports of rowing nationally and internationally, organizing events, umpiring and working with the media, also gained significant experience through organizing major events of various sports. Eva has been a member of the FISA Events Commission since 2010 and leading the commission for the past 4 years, forming strong relationship with colleagues and organizing committee of third rowing events. My experience as working with her in the board of our national federation is highly positive. She is always striving for perfection, but ready for sensible compromises. I am convinced that her way of operation, a broad-minded, strategic and constructive approach, can greatly contribute to World Rowing Events Commission or the work of the Council. Eva's passion is to make rowing events attractive while focusing on the athlete's experience. Her relationship within the rowing family are professional, constructive, and achieved through close cooperation and communication. I strongly believe that her proven track record makes her an excellent candidate for the role of the chair of the Events Commission, and I strongly recommend her to you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And now we can move for the vote.
Do you agree to elect Eva Sento to the position of Chair of the Events Commission. Pete, can you open the vote, please? Another 5 seconds. Pete, can you close the vote, please? Thank you.
And present the results on the screen. Valid vote 122, yes 122. Congratulations, Eva, and thank you for your hard work and commitment. Moving now to the election for the chair of the Master Rowing Commission. We have received one submission, Ronald Chain, nominated by the US Rowing Federation, and I'm asking now Nobu Ichizuka, chair of the board at US Rowing, to come and present Ronald Chain.
Mr. President, council members, delegates, and observers. It is my great honor to present the candidacy of Ronald Chen as our nominee for chair of the World Rowing Masters Commission. Ron has been a distinguished member of the World Rowing community for many years. He's been on the Masters Rowing Commission since 2003. He has chaired the commission since 2019, and he has distinguished himself through service at various levels throughout the FISA and World Rowing community over a number of years, including serving as a member of the Governance Working Group, the Gender Advisory Panel, and the Athlete Commission Election and Appointment Commission. He has been a member of juries at every level of elite competition, from the Olympics, the World Rowing Championships, and numerous international World Rowing Championships. He has been a dedicated servant of the sport for over 50 years, serving as a US rowing judge referee for over 40 years, and a FISA World Rowing umpire for over 35 years. It's with the highest enthusiasm and confidence that we recommend and present Ron Chen as a continuing chair of the Masters Rowing Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we proceed with the vote?
Do you agree to elect Ron Chen to the position of chair of the Master Rowing Commission? Pete, can you open the vote, please? Another 5 seconds. Pete, can you close the vote, please? Thank you.
And present the results. Valid vote 119, yes 116, no 3. Congratulations, Ron. And thank you for your contribution with the Council. Moving now to the election of the chair of the Para-Rowing Commission, we have received one submission from Canada to present Rebecca Thomas for this election. And may I ask Carol Purser, President of Rowing Canada, to come and present Rebecca.
Good morning, members of the World Rowing Congress. It is my pleasure to speak on behalf of Rebecca Thomas-Orr, candidate for the chair of the World Para-Rowing Commission. Rebecca has been involved with para-rowing for the past 15 years at the international level, and a member of the World Para-Rowing Commission for the past 8 years, serving most recently as the interim chair since October 2021. Rebecca was one of the pioneers of para-rowing in Canada, facilitating the introduction of para-rowing to our national federation. Her experience as a coach, an instructor, and a classifier gives her a diverse perspective on the many critical aspects to the success of this sport. She's been a tireless volunteer at all levels who continues to support the development of para-rowing at her home club. As chair of the Para Commission, Rebecca will continue to promote collaboration and open discussion on how best to continue to develop para-rowing around the world. She will also continue to inspire innovative work with online training tools for para-rowing. And she will continue to advocate for the inclusion of para events to be integrated into more world rowing events, including the under-19, the under-23, and coastal rowing events. In closing, it is important to note that Rebecca is approachable, inclusive, and values clear communication. She views teamwork as a positive approach and so ensures a motivated, encouraging work environment. Her diligent work ethic and open-mindedness bring inclusion to the table for diverse ideas in growing para-rowing around the world. Her experience most recently as interim chair has given her the unique perspective on the many opportunities ahead. Please cast your vote for a very capable chair of the Para-Rowing Commission. Cast your vote for Rebecca Thomas-Orr. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Can we now move with the voting, please?
The question is the following. Do you agree to elect Rebecca Orr to the position of chair of the Para-Rowing Commission? Pete, open the vote, please. Thank you. Another 5 seconds. Pete, can you close the vote, please? Thank you.
And present the results. Valid vote 122, yes 119, no 3. Congratulations to Rebecca. And thank you for your commitment and your hard work. Next to come, the election of the chair of the Empowering Rowing Commission. We have received one submission from the Belgian Rowing Federation. And can I ask the president of the Belgian Rowing Federation, Gwenda, to come and present Patrick Rambaud.
Dear delegates, dear rowing friends, with pride we present our candidate Patrick Rambaud, who is still chairman of the Umpiring Commission and would like to continue his work for the next 4 years. I'm not going to go over Patrick's CV because I'm then guaranteed to be over my 2 minutes. Please feel free to have a quick consult of his CV and motivation letter, which is more detailed, and you will discover his huge passion for rowing. The many qualities and experiences are described in the documents so that you immediately know that he's a very passionate, rowing-minded person with a specialty of umpiring. I know Patrick personally very well because he used to be my coach when I was still doing rowing competitions about 40 years ago. And when I see how he's evolved into international rowing and has also become an established value there, then I can only emphasize how proud the Belgian rowing community is to push such a person as Patrick forward. He considers himself, as they say in Latin, the primus inter pares, or the first between the equals, not as a boss, but as a real coordinator of the worldwide umpires network. We are convinced that he is a huge value for international rowing, and this because of his knowledge and experience. Thank you for supporting Patrick for a new mandate as chair of the Umpiring Commission. Thank you.
Can we move with the voting?
Certainly. Vote 16. The question is the following. Do you agree to elect Patrick Rambaud to the position of chair of the Umpiring Rowing Commission? Pete, can you open the vote, please? Thank you. Another 5 seconds, please. Pete, can you close the vote, please? Thank you.
And present the results. Valid vote 120, yes 105, no 15. Congratulations, Patrick, and thank you for your hard work and commitment. Next, moving to the election of the chair of the Equipment and Technology Commission. We have received one submission from the Swiss Rowing Federation. The candidate is Matthias Binder, and I'm asking now to the president of the Swiss Rowing Federation, Neville Tenzer, to come and present Matthias to the Congress.
Dear President, cher Jean-Christophe, dear members of the World Rowing Board and Commissions, dear delegates, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure as President of Swiss Rowing to present Matthias Binder, our candidate for the position of Chair of the World Rowing Equipment and Technology Commission. Matthias has long been associated with the world of rowing. In 1996, after many years of racing and training, he made it into the men's lightweight Coxus 4 and proudly represented Switzerland at the Olympic Games in Atlanta, where he finished 11th. The Olympics were a highlight in his sporting career, but his greatest achievement and pride was winning gold in the men's lightweight Coxus pair at the 1997 World Championships in Egberlet. Matthias also participated in 5 World Rowing Championships and 3 Nations Cups. His racing years over, Matthias decided that he wanted to stay in the rowing world. In 2003, he was nominated as a member of the Materials Commission at FISA, which a few years later was renamed the Equipment and Technology Commission. As he has been a member for over 20 years of the commission he wants to become chair of, I would venture to say that he knows the ropes, and that he would be the ideal candidate for the position. To be honest with you, I haven't known Matthias for very long, and just to be sure that we are backing the ideal candidate for the position, I decided to call him up so I could get to know him a little better. During our conversation, he told me that he spoke 3 languages, was married with 2 children, and that his daughter was a volunteer every year at the Lucerne Regatta. But is that enough to be the ideal candidate? To be certain, I Googled him. There I found out that he is a mechanical engineer by trade, and that his present role as head of engineering and product equipment at a company that is, and I quote, the leader in the area of high-quality laser welding systems for flat and round parts. Now I knew that he was the right man for the job. I therefore invite you to elect Matthias Binder to the chair of the World Rowing Equipment and Technology Commission. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, Neville. Merci, Neville. And now we can proceed with the vote.
Vote 17. The question is the following. Do you agree, excuse me, to elect the Matthias Binder to the position of Chair of the Equipment and Technology Commission? Can you open the vote, please, Pete? Thank you. Another 5 seconds. Pete, can you close the vote, please?
And present the results. Valid vote 120, yes 117, no 3. Congratulations, Matthias. Welcome and welcome to the council, and we look forward to working with you, and thank you for your commitment and your support to the sport and to our organization. I will take also the opportunity to express our thanks and gratitude to Paul Fuchs, who is the chair of what is called today the Equipment and Technology Commission, but was at the time the Material Commission. And Paul has been a great contributor to the council work. And but by the way, he will also continue to work with us until the end of the year, so we'll have a proper time to address our gratitude to him personally. So thank you all. I think we have reached now the end of the election that we have on the agenda. But actually, yeah, we don't have another election presented on the agenda. However, the Council would like to propose an additional one for you today. I admit that this is exceptional, but I'm sure you will understand our position. Matt Smith has spent almost all his professional career in rowing with passion and great professionalism. He has grown the organization and our sport alongside and with President Dennis Oswald. And I can say that they have formed a great duo, very respectful, tremendously committed to make the most of the sport of rowing and for FISA. As far as I am concerned, I would like to express my personal sincere gratitude to Matt, my huge thanks. It has been a great journey with you as executive director, but who else than Honorary President Dennis Oswald to better speak about Matt? Dennis, the floor is yours.
It is a pleasure for me to pay tribute to my dear friend Matt. To pay a fair tribute should give me the opportunity to belong, because we are speaking about a man who has dedicated completely 30 years of his life to rowing and to FISA. But conscious of the time and following the instruction of my president, I will be short, too short, to pay justice to Matt. But the flights, your flights, will not wait for you, and therefore I will do my best to summarize in 1 minute or 2 minutes the activity of Matt. Matt has joined FISA, and maybe the most senior members in the rooms remember. He joined FISA in the 1990s period as development director. And he was instrumental in helping us to promote our sport and establish rowing in many countries where the sport was not existing or very little developed. And then when he moved to the position of executive director, he was the man probably all of you have known, and he accompanied me as president for nearly my 25 years as president. And he became quickly a strong pillar of our organization. And thanks to his competence in all areas and his great dedication, we have been able to achieve most of the goals we have set for our organization. Without him, this would not have been possible. Without his commitment, his dedication, certainly FISA would not be where we are today. Matt has always showed also an absolute loyalty towards the Council and towards me personally. And this is very important in such an organization, that relation between President and Executive Director. And as Jean-Christophe mentioned, we have formed a good payroll where the balance was good and we were complementing each other and in a for a very smooth running of our organization. We always went in one direction. This was the interest of rowing, the interest of FISA, and the interest of the athletes. Matt contributed to the development of our sport, of FISA, in general, in a tremendous way. And I can say that world rowing and all rowers in the world owe him quite a lot, because without him, as I said, we would not be where we are today. On a personal note, I would like to also thank him for his unwavering friendship and support over the years, and wish him the best of retirement with his family. I shortened.
So, dear delegate, as per Article 43 of the statutes, the Council is proposing to you to confer the title of Honorary Council Member to Matt Smith to recognize the long and tremendous commitment and dedication to our organization and to our sport. So I guess that what you have just shown, I don't need to go through an electronic vote. And I think that the tribute you have demonstrated is an acceptance to this proposal. So, dear Matt, let me offer you a book with some messages and photos that I hope you will appreciate.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, JC, for those kind words. I think I'm the first paid guy to achieve this honor, so I got paid to do all that stuff. But thank you very much, everyone. It's been really an honor, a pleasure to work with such a team. And I'm not disappearing, so I'll be around and supporting and hope all the best for World Rowing, for UJC, for everyone, to move us forward in these difficult waters and challenging times that we face. So I'll share my experience and history and hope we don't make the same mistakes I made going forward as we face these challenges. Thank you, everyone. Have a good time.
I have a good news. Another one. We might finish and close the Congress before lunch. So if I postpone a little bit the time of the lunch, I'm sure you will agree with that. Moving to point 21, specific proposal to an existing agenda item from the member federation, the council or the executive committee. No proposal have been received, so we can now move to agenda point 22. Other additional agenda items proposed by the member federation, the council or the executive committee. You will remember the points discussed at the time at the 2020 Ordinary Congress and the commitment we then made. You have on the agenda papers the extract from the minutes of this on this specific point. So I will make you today an update that actually has been already circulated. But it's important that we share this element. So the first point relates to the voting rights. This is currently Article 35 of the statutes. It was at the time Article 36. So the Council is due to make a proposal to for how to define the voting rights for the 2025-2028 period based on the 2021 to 2024 participations. You have the exact wording we have in the minutes of the Congress. So let me just convey the decision of the Council that due to the continued impact of COVID-19 on participation in 2021 and 2022 World Rowing events, the Council proposes that the decision on the calculation of the 2025 to 2028 voting rights be postponed to the 2023 Ordinary Congress. So the Governance Working Group has been asked to make a proposal to the Council ahead of the Congress next year, so that we can present you the new calculation. Then, in addition, and also as part of the Governance Working Group review, as you know, this group is reviewing all the statutes and in the preparation of the 2025 Cardinal Congress. So we will propose an adapted calculation, in fact, a new model, so that we can consider the inclusion of coastal championships and continental event in this calculation process. So we think it's time to maybe to look at how this calculation can be improved. So next step will be at the Congress next year with a proposal. On point 2, we have the Rule 22 on the lightweight averaging. You will remember that we had the Sports Medicine Commission was due to make a study and analysis that would be presented to this Congress, and the authority was granted to this Congress to move with this the proposal on this specific rule of our sport. Having considered the different elements, the Council had proposed at the last Congress to withdraw the voting and to further investigate, but then at the last Council in July, we have decided to end this project of moving amending the averaging in the lightweight category. So we will not come back with such a proposal for the next Congress. That being said, the Sports Medicine Commission will continue to work and will continue its research for the collection of relevant data for the best interest of the athletes in that weight category. Next point is about the Rule 25. I briefly mentioned or relate to this earlier on in my report. It relates to the World Championship program. Again, the Council were due to look at the participation from in 2021 and 2022 to review and to present a proposal to this Congress and for the next seasons. But at the time we had delayed this decision on Rule 36 at the time because of the situation. So the consultation process is still ongoing. I was referring to the review earlier on. As you know, the impact of COVID and the participation cannot give us the right input to make right now to make the necessary changes. As a decision, therefore, we propose no changes at this point in time, and be part of this project review, having obviously this rule proposed for change at the Quadrennial Congress in 2025. So no change from before 2025, as to really to go through this review with elements that we haven't been able to have since we were in the COVID context. The point number 4 related to Rule 29 on innovation. Again, you will remember the discussion and the proposal from the Netherlands Federation and our position at the time not to go too far in actually and to withdraw a proposal we had at the time. Again, this is linked with participation. We have been in this COVID context, which has impacted this project as well. So no changes will be proposed until we'll continue these discussions, and again, when it will come for the Quadrennial Congress. Next and last point, I guess, it's Rule 38 related to advertising. We had at the time, if you remember, our proposal from the Swedish Federation, and we had at the time said that we would conduct a project. Again, same impact. Like for the previous points, we consider that we need more time. We have been in this very specific context that we want at the end to postpone our decision after the appropriate discussion and review, and that will be the point will be dealt with at the Congress in 2025, where we have the authority to amend the rules. That concludes point 22, and I'm looking if we have comments or questions. So we can now move to point 23, or the second part of point 23. And we have started this morning with the presentation on the topics. Now we don't have any additional points to cover, but please, the floor is yours. Should you want to raise a question or make comments? Mark, please. Yes. If you please wait for a microphone.
Thank you, Mr. President. At British Rowing, we're about to publish an update to our transgender policy, which will bring it in line with World Rowing's. World Rowing is less protective of women's sport than some other international sports federations, like FINA, which has adopted a policy of having open and women's categories, where open is for anyone who went through male puberty. recognizing that limiting testosterone levels fails to counteract the lasting impact of that. Might World Rowing be looking at its policy out of concern that there's a threat to the hard-fought-for progress in women's sport and considering following FINA's lead?
Happy to take it. Thank you, Mark. Unfortunately, Dr. Jürgen Steinacker is not with us today and therefore will not be able to respond in his capacity of chair of the Sports Medicine Commission, the commission in charge of our policies on the matter. So I will not enter into the subject right now, but I can certainly say the following. While we do have a set of rules in place, it is clear that the internal dialogue around this highly complex and sensitive subject is ongoing and very much live, and the subject of constant reviewing with the Commission and also outside of it. So as such, Mark, if you're happy to provide thoughts and recommendations perhaps to us, via me for example, I will endeavor to ensure that it's properly considered, that you get a response on the subject matter, if that's okay. Unless Mr. President, you would like to add anything to this? Or?
No, thank you very much for your question, Mark. And obviously this is a very complex issue, and we have obviously evolved our rules on the subject. You have by law, I think by law 45, but obviously we are taking into consideration what is going on in the world of sport very closely. Our Sports Medicine Commission is consistently working on the subject, and obviously this is a key topic for the future, and we will evolve as needed. We will evolve our rules if they are not if the rules are not fit with the knowledge and if we have to evolve, no problem. We are on the subject. Thank you. Anything else on point 23 A or B? Oh, yeah, we have Connie from Denmark Rowing Federation.
Connie from Denmark. We are wondering why you and the Indoor Commission is changing the age for the category for the competition. You have normally we have 5 years between every age, but now we have a stop with 17, and then it's the same category from 17 and up. And we are in a world where every people is going older and older, so we think we need a fair competition in the old age too.
Thank you very much, Connie, for this question, and I will refer to the chair of the Indoor Commission, Philippe Lobicic, to answer this question. And indeed, we have evolved the category, the age category in the indoor events, and Philippe will give you the rationale behind this decision.
Thank you, Connie, for your question. Just to give everyone context of what's happening in indoor rowing, last year, as you may know, Council approved a new type of event to be at the World Championships, which is an all-rounder event where there will be 5 races taking part at the World Championships. So the first time this event will take place will be at 2023 in Toronto, in Canada. And we had to look at the event schedule in order to look at how we can incorporate this new event. So to give you the numbers, there were 128 events for able-bodied participants and not for teams. And in total, there were 144 events at Toronto 2023. So we had to look at how we could fit this new event into the schedule. And when we were looking at reviewing all the age categories in order to incorporate this event, we actually lowered the number of events in total to 88 for able-bodied people. The reason we have done this is to allow this new event. It does not mean that we will not review the age categories going forward, but as we are moving the sport of indoor rowing to new markets and new opportunities, we wanted to introduce this new event. The other thing that I would say is that there are new opportunities for younger categories as well, and that for the older categories we will be publishing ages so that competitors in the older categories above 70 can see where they rank against everyone in that group. As we move the sport forward, there will be more opportunities for racing for everyone.
Thank you, Philippe. I see another question.
Thank you very much. My name is Batenga from Uganda. I have a question about indoor rowing. I suppose one of the positives that came out of COVID is indoor rowing became a hybrid event, especially this past year. So the question I have is this something that can be considered going forward? Why I ask this is because for Uganda, and I'm sure some other countries, we benefit from a hybrid model because for the first time, Uganda was able to qualify 7 rowers, which is unprecedented for us. And it was way, way cheaper for us. So I'm wondering if this is something that World Rowing would consider going forward, if we can have a hybrid event for indoor rowing. Thank you.
Before I'll give the floor to Philippe to add on this, for sure, as you know, indoor rowing is one of the disciplines that has a huge potential, and with the advanced technology we have, we obviously have this in mind to organize events even with connected athletes, and this was the case with the fully virtual World Championship this year, considering the context of COVID. This is absolutely a way to continue to attract more people and to have more people connected to our sport. And for sure, this is an aspect that we are very much aware. Maybe Philippe, if you want to add on this.
Thank you, JC. Yes, we definitely see virtual as being a very big component. And one thing the Commission is looking at right at this moment is the structure of the calendar. So in the next few years, to see how we can incorporate more virtual events into the calendar and as part of the World Championship process.
I don't see any other questions, so we can now, we have now reached the end of this Congress. Dear delegates, I would like to thank you very much for your cooperation, for your contribution, and this is, I can tell you, very much appreciated, and we will continue to keep connected, to work with you, to work for you, and to make our organization going forward in this difficult time, but as I always said, also with fantastic opportunities. For those who are in the room, I wish you obviously a safe journey back home. You will have your flights. We are on time, so we will have even time to share together and to continue to discuss. I think it's important, after 2 years of being only on Zoom, that we can have these direct discussions. So I hope also that you have enjoyed your stay in the Czech Republic, and I would like also to thank the delegates who are connected, and I hope that they have been able this was for us a first at the hybrid mode, and I think it's important that for those who cannot join in person, have also the opportunity to take part of our organization. Let me before we close, I would like also to mention, I have mentioned that Paul Fuchs was leaving the council. I would like to thank and express our gratitude also to another council member who will leaving us by the end of the year, leaving us as a council member position, but not for the sport of rowing. She's very much committed and ready to continue to work for our sport because she's passionate and dedicated. Thank you, Pat, for your... We know your passion for the sport. We know, and thank you for your contribution to the council, and thank you for the contribution you will continue in another role, differently, but still connected to our sport. Thank you. I would like also to thank very much the people who are behind this organization, behind the Congress organization, the organizing committee. I would like to thank Ludovica Caprino, Patrick Grumbar, the staff members who have been behind to organize this event. Thank you to the member of the staff and for the technical support and I would say all the staff who are every day contributing to our sport and delivering their best for our sport. So thank you. I take the opportunity to thank on behalf of our executive director, the whole staff. Finally, thank you to the interpreters today. Merci Marie-Odile, merci Rudolph. And now I declare the 2023 FISA World Rowing Ordinary Congress. I have spoken about the questionnaire, so you will have to give it back to Lenka. I think I mentioned it. Again, okay. Last chance, because I'm now closing the Congress. So I declare the 2023 World Rowing Ordinary Congress, Prague. Yes. So back again, the 2022, I'm going too fast. The 2022 Ordinary Congress, Prague, Czech Republic, closed. Thank you.
Jsme Richard a Filip, dva kluci, co chodí rádi běhat do lesa.